smoothly. As smooth as it gets.
Smoothly, even though it's 130 degrees in here.
Yeah, actually, I think when I did the League 2 series, I mentioned the same thing. It's actually warmer in the spots, even with the aircon, than it's outside without the aircon.
I agree.
Alright, gents, good luck.
Oh man, see ya.
We need to do something with this heat in here, though, honestly. That's what we got to do, find a way to do something with this heat in this container itself. Thanks, see? No, not this heat. Because you see, in Barbados we have cool breeze. This place is hot desert breeze. Kevin will know what I'm talking about. Lucky for us though, surf riders are batting first. It could be an ADR.
Probably won't say that on air though.
If you have contact to Tyler, can you remind him about the dongle? Alright, Brian.
Let's do it, big man.
It's now or never.
Yep.
You're watching the Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship, presented by Sunoco.
A new era for American cricket began in 2021.
There it goes into a dive! What a catch!
The rise of cricket was celebrated across the country. Now, with big wickets and even bigger hits, the stars of minor league cricket are back and better than ever.
Primus goes huge!
Don't miss the nation's largest league competing for the biggest prize in American cricket. The Toyota Minor League Championship returns this summer, live on Willow TV.
The gift that keeps on giving, the 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship presented by Sunoco. Third day of this holiday weekend, and so privileged to have action for you live from the Prairie View Cricket Complex in Houston, Texas. It's the Hurricanes, the home team, up against the San Diego Surf Riders. My good friend and esteemed commentator Brian Walters alongside me. Brian, pretty exciting day of action we had yesterday where the defending champions and the Grizzlies remain unbeaten. What were your biggest takeaways from that day?
Biggest takeaway is and by the way, wonderful to see you again, Nikhil. The biggest takeaway for me is the complete nature of both the games in terms of the athletes who were involved. Look at the just excellence of the Silicon Valley Strikers, top to bottom, one of the best teams. And in terms of this game, it's going to be important to me to see how Houston recovers from the loss that they had yesterday. And of course, if you're San Diego, you just want to get something on the board. Well,
definitely, because the Surf Riders come into this clash, haven't won a game as yet. They're 0 from 2. And of course, the Houston Hurricanes, well, you look at that tight Group A in that Central Division, very close, 3 teams tied on 2 points. They'll be looking in this cross-conference, cross-group battle to get an important win and, of course, propel themselves up to the top of that table to join the Mustangs and the Americans, who both have 2 wins, well, 2 for the Americans and 3, of course, for the Dallas Mustangs. Earlier, we had the toss, the all-important toss, where the captains, Usman Rafiq and Greg Hay, were in the middle. The coin spun by Rafiq, and of course Rafiq winning the toss, the Hurricanes, and electing to bowl first. Not a real surprise given the fact that the Hurricanes yesterday, even though they bowled first and conceded 189, they still did well to ensure that they had a pretty tight grip and control on the game. It means that the Surf Riders, who have struggled with the bat all season, have got to bat first and tried to post a pretty competitive and respectable total. The teams, well, the Hurricanes, one change for them in terms of in this lineup. Greg Hay, the captain for the Surf Riders, coming in a very important game, Brian, for this team. Very hard, especially when you haven't won a game, to get that first.
That's exactly right. If you're Greg Hay and the rest of the San Diego outfit, you just want to make sure that you get a good start. You want to not lose quick wickets. You want to be able to set some sort of a platform. They've not shown necessarily the ability to do that so far, so that would be their objective. And if you're Houston, you want to prove that A, you can recover from yesterday's loss, and then B, that you can exert your dominance at home. That's what they'll be looking to accomplish.
Yeah, one change for the Surf Riders. Zubair Murad coming in into their lineup for Ajay Sharma. So a like-for-like swap in terms of that bowling lineup. But the openers will be very important. Yesterday, both got a start. Sri Krishna Antaraju, he got 23 from just 18 deliveries yesterday. It was very important that they set the tone, but the batting has really struggled for the Surf Riders in this tournament. Greg Hay finally getting into the runs. He top scored with 44, but Antaraju, 23 from 18, a start, his first of the season. Comes in with a big reputation for this Americans team. The two put on a 36-run opening partnership. Mohamed Ilyas starting with the new ball for the Hurricanes.
Interesting to see how Mohamed Ilyas bowled very well yesterday, I thought. Maybe took a little bit of stick in his second spell, but overall a brilliant bowler, experienced bowler, and he will be looking to make sure that he exerts his dominance on the San Diego Riders.
Right now, over the wicket.
Let's go, boys. Let's go, boys. The Hurricanes go into this game 1 win and 2 losses, coming against the Dallas Mustangs and the Silicon Valley Strikers. 2 unbeaten teams in this tournament. First delivery, Ilyas to Hay.
Wide ball.
After we bowled that one, we did see him. That was really wide from Mohamed Ilyas. Did see him attempt those wide Yorkers quite often yesterday.
He certainly did. That was obviously to a very specific plan given the stage in the game that was. But generally, he's bowling a good length and a good line. You'd expect him to be right on off stump or around the 4th stump line. And then, of course, he has pace. So there's that short, fine leg in position in terms, and also that deep square leg that we keep talking about. I expect one of those to come into play very soon.
This time pounced on. No cover in place. It's going to be the first runs for the Surf Riders. And straight away, off the mark. Anantaraju just too short. Sat up, asked to be hit.
That's a brilliant shot. Just standing tall, forcing it off the back foot. Here you see on the replay, just standing tall, getting it through the infield. Obviously, we're in the power play in the first over of the match, so once it beats the infield, always going to run away for 4. Very fast outfield here at Prairie View, and you expect that these batters are going to get value for the shots. Greg Hayes certainly did there.
They have proven to be top heavy in the past. The batting hasn't fired for this Surf Riders team. 81 all out in their very first game of this tournament. Much better delivery, asking the question, but maybe a bit high from Mohamed Ilyas. They'll come for the single as well. Yeah, just to reinstate the struggles that the Surf Riders have faced, Brian, you look at with the bat in hand. First game against the Surf Riders to start the tournament, 81 in just 14 overs. They did improve yesterday against the Americans in search of 179. See it again, the shout from Ilyas. Definitely very high and going on the leg side. But 135 for 5 in their 20 overs, so they're slowly progressing. And of course, with batting first now, we'll look to get a sizable total. We saw a high-scoring venue this yesterday.
You're right, and one thing to take note of with that 135, 38 of those runs came down the order from Nikhil Dutta, which means that they were always under pressure. The only other person who got into a score of note was the captain, Greg Hay. So the rest of the lineup is going to have to follow the example set by those two.
Likes to operate on that good length. You talk about seam position from Mohamed Ilyas, and really is a seasoned campaigner coming from Pakistan, the PSL. Then there's some inward movement as well, off the seam.
Yes, we saw that. We looked at the pitch before the match started, Nikhil, and it's certainly a fair amount of grass is still on the pitch that will assist with that sideways movement. You saw a prodigious in-ducker on that occasion from Ilyas.
On the money straight away. Yeah, that surface, I had a look at it earlier today. A lot of green grass still, so you will get something in it for the seamers, but it is pretty hard underneath, and you do get a lot of value for your runs at the Prairie View Cricket Complex because of that quick outfield. Very dry though, that's something to watch. We did see some spin yesterday for the likes of Ashley Nurse and others. A lot drier, sorry, in terms of today's surface, so I wonder how, when the Hurricanes bat, when we have the second game of the day, how it plays. Another dot delivery. Greg Hay getting the ball coming back into him, but he's been happy to leave outside of off stump.
Just looking at the carry, something to pay attention to. Ilyas, of course, is a good bowler, a good pacey bowler, but a measure of the pace in the wicket is the carry that goes through to the keeper. Here, looking at the replay, just look at that lift, just straight across and taking a chest height from a delivery that was landing short of a good length. So that definitely is a measure of the pace of the pitch.
Yeah, still not really up the middle of the bat. Mohamed Ilyas, but a good start for him and for the Houston Hurricanes. End of the first over, 6 for none. So batting lineup that hasn't fired yet in this tournament for the San Diego Surf Riders. Nikhil Dutta has done the bulk of the scoring. Originally would have been brought in for his bowling prowess, but he's got the most runs for this team. Again, firing with the bat in hand. 31 not out for him yesterday against the Americans. For the Hurricanes, though, on the other side of things, very important, Brian, that they get a win. This is a very important weekend for them as the home team, the hosting team, the Houston Hurricanes. you have to ensure that after this weekend, would have played 5 matches. And we know the importance of almost being halfway in your season. You want to have at least 2 or 3 wins under your belt. Only 1 so far.
That's exactly right. Now, this is an interesting move for me. Opening the bowling from the highway end is the experienced Jermaine Levine. Jermaine Levine, probably not very well known nationally, but has played a lot of cricket here in the Houston area. Again, earlier in his career was in the U19 setup for the West Indies. So handy finger spinning left-handed bowler. So he'll be taking away the ball from each of these right-handed batters. Bold move to bring him on here in the power play.
Just bowled the 1 over yesterday, Levine. Well, starts flighted, and that's going to be runs. Too easy. Through extra cover, way too full and too slow. So he had a lot of time, Sri Krishna Antaraju.
Definitely too full. There was no need for Antaraju to do anything but just allow the ball to come to him. Looking here on the replay, just absolutely blasted through extra cover. So Jermaine is going to want to have to pull his length back a little bit. I don't mind the line. Starting on off stump, turning away. If there's any purchase, you'll expect that it will be in that direction from that line. But the length was just entirely too full on that occasion.
Yeah, usually balls are flat, so I'm surprised to see the first one. Could be just that loosener. Much better this time, and dot delivery, so that's the way he needs to operate. No point giving a man like Sri Krishna Antaraju, who's so tall and has these long levers. He can definitely hit down the ground, a long on in place, as well as the deep mid wicket. Pretty standard field for the leg spinner.
I think it's interesting. He made the adjustment that you'd expect him to make. I'll say a little bit more after this ball.
Very well done, very well done, Vic.
Certainly the case that that first ball was too full and tossed up a little bit more. The next one at a good short of driving length and a little flatter. If you're bowling your spinner in the power play, that's the type of delivery I'd prefer to see from him.
Very full this time, and again to extra cover, but actually a good field on this edge of the circle.
Good work,
so they don't get through for that one that they're looking for. Interesting though, he's got 2 in the onside with the ball spinning away from the left-hander. Sorry, from the right-hander. So his 2 boundary riders are actually in the onside. Tells you he's looking to bowl very straight, but the ball is spinning away. Well, chance as well. Ashley Nurse picks up clean, but the throw is to the wrong end.
Well, we think exactly alike, Nikhil, because that was about to be my comment. It's almost not only a strange field where each of the fielders and the beepers on the onside, but if you want to sort of throw the carrot out there to induce a false stroke, you tend to want to bring the mid-on up inside the circle for that reason.
Another trot in the air and just past the point fielder, Muhammad Ilyas. It's going to be a boundary, so second in the over for the Surf Riders. A good one comes to an end. 9 from it, 15 for none.
My son, he's so soft-spoken. Everyone says he's so good-looking, and he never forgets to call.
Hi, Mom.
Born for your true self. The 2022 Tundra. Toyota. Let's go places.
What's up, Doug? What got into you?
At Sunoco, we know how to fuel peak performance. Fuel your best.
Another scorching day in Houston, Texas at the Prairie View Cricket Complex. Of course, the Houston Hurricanes in action early this morning. The home team, 4 matches across 4 days for them. A very important weekend, and they need this man. He's a very important player in their plans. Muhammad Ilyas, just 1 over 5 runs, a good start, but they'll be looking for an early wicket. Just be 1. Something that the Hurricanes were unable to do yesterday against the Strikers, Brown, was pick up a wicket in that first 6.
So important to get into the lower order. And your openers obviously are out there to #1 score runs, but #2 be able to negotiate the new ball. when you expose the middle order and the lower order in this case too early, particularly with a side that has not had good success scoring earlier, that potentially is an area that they can improve on.
A 36-run partnership between these two openers in the last game, Hay and Atharaju. So they'll be looking to continue and build on that. Has been a rattled batting performance from them in terms of, look at the two games, especially in that first one. Just seemed like they wanted to throw the kitchen sink. They didn't really think about the approach. Mind you, they were chasing a big total against the defending champions to open their account, but definitely have improved because of Greg Hay. Played a massive part in responsibility. Edged, but out past the keeper. No slip in place, and it's going to be more runs. Things going against Mohamed Ilyas. And an outside edge. Doesn't matter how they come early on.
Well, if you, Mohamed Ilyas, you see him there actually smiling. So it's a moral victory for him. Yes, it's 4 runs. He's shaking his head, thinking, you know what, I really could have had a wicket there. But if you're Greg Hay, as you look at the replay, Hay is sort of stuck on the crease, reaching out away from his body. That ball coming off the thick outside edge and running away for 4. But Ilyas will trouble Hay and the rest of the San Diego Surf Riders with that line and length. There's no question that from his bowling action and the pace at which he bowls, that's an area of opportunity for him.
Again, getting that ball to seam in with the natural angle into the right-hander. But he's so consistent on a good length, anywhere in the range of that 6 to 9 meter length. Mohamed Ilyas, who watched him in the PSL for the Karachi Kings as early as January this year, before he had that shoulder injury. He was so good at just doing that on a good length, bringing slip into play.
Yep.
Has the ability to go around the wicket as well, push the ball across the right-hander. Very skillful bowler. Good pickup by the Hurricanes in this 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship. Straight to Rafiq at extra cover. Of course, our presenting sponsor, Sunoco, wouldn't be possible without them. They're fantastic vehicles. Of course, fueling their way throughout this tournament, Brian. Like that pun early on.
That's a lot better than the couple you came with yesterday, Nikhil.
Yep. Dot delivery. Sorry, just a single actually. Greg Hay calling him through pretty late in the end, but another good over for Ilyas. Just concedes 6 and a slow but steady start for the Surf Riders. 21 for none.
Come boys, quick change, boys, quick change. Yo, who's that? Who's he?
So still expect to see wanting to come for the Surf Riders. Levine is going to be given a second over. Bold call by Usman Rafiq inside this power play. We saw him go to Ashley Nurse for over yesterday. The one thing I think of when I watched that bowling performance from the Hurricanes, Brian, Nurse and Rafiq, 2 of their main bowlers who have done it in the last 2 seasons, only bowled 4 overs between them. I think that can't happen, especially when the team scores 189. So there's been a lot of discussion. Matthew Tromp, their Tromp card, only bowled 3 overs. Oh, that's a good shot from Hay. Hasn't really connected well, but it's over the infield. Knowing that covers up in the circle, and it's gone all the way for 6 as well. He got the height and enough, just enough to carry over the boundary for 6.
That's really interesting. They definitely charged out of the crease to meet that ball on the half volley. Slightly beaten in the flight, but had enough to go through with the shot and get it over the offside. Looking at the replay, all the way down and getting to that. Now, asked the question earlier, why is mid-on or why are long-on and mid-wicket in the position that they are? I would like to see Jermaine with that field bowl a little bit straighter. That ball was taken from outside off stump. I would like to see that straighter.
He brings up long on up in the circle, sends a long off back. I think the plan was for him to bowl sort of on a good length. Problem is, he's just been very full outside the off stump. Hitting to the smaller side, Greg Hay. Now looking to sweep, but needs some bit of extra grip on that delivery. That's the key thing. Remember, Levine's spinning the ball away from Greg Hay, the right-hander, hitting into the smaller side in the offside. So they're trying to make him hit to the bigger side. That's why he's positioned the fielder deep mid-wicket. Delivery though from very hard to cut on that length, and also the line very close to Greg Hay. This is good bowling, good comeback after the mat sum.
It's up to him though, Jermaine Levine, to close out strongly here.
Gets it well in the gap and should be easy to actually. This is a good start. After a 36-run partnership yesterday, you say this has to be an improvement, the way that they've started, going over 7.5 runs per over, these two.
You're building confidence from this standpoint if you're the San Diego Surf Riders. Your captain, Greg Hay, 15 from 13.
Very wide this time from Levine. Look how much that ball did off the surface. Getting some spin. We tend to see it with those slower deliveries, giving the ball time to spin.
You're absolutely right. There's a replay. Starting outside that wide line, but tremendous movement away from it.
Yes, won't be a run. So, but then another expensive over for Jermaine Levine. Brought in, of course, because of the injury to Kartik Gatapalli. 24 wickets last season, the leading wicket taker for this Hurricanes. What a big loss that was. First weekend, first game of this minor league. It's fine, but not fine enough. Good stop at that point by that point fielder. And the over. So a good one for the Surf Riders. This is an encouraging start by them. 31 for none.
Might as well just take the square. That's it. Can you take the square then? From there to there.
Well, if you're now joining us, the Surf Riders asked about first. Wearing that decision by the Houston Hurricanes, winning the toss, bowling first after they conceded 189 yesterday. The umpires, Anil Pap, standing. Seen him in a couple of games, a couple of occasions in this Toyota 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship presented by Sunoco. The trump card, Matthew Trump, player of the match on Friday. This is going to be a 4. This is going to be a boundary. Greg Hay likes to cut just too wide from the young Trump, and he has to be much straighter, even though that's the bigger side. Once he got it past third man, it was always going to be a boundary.
Certainly too wide. Flashing back to the delivery yesterday that he bowled Trump to bowl, clean bowl, one of the best batters in this tournament, Udmuk Chand. The ball started maybe on a fourth stump line and duck back in tremendously. So he has the ability to bring the ball back into the right-handers. But you're not going to do it from that line. He needs to be much straighter, and you don't want to give any room to Greg Hay.
He becomes a different bowler when Suckling Hyder, the keeper, goes up to the stump, because it allows him to be comfortable on a good length. He's so good at hitting that hard length. The tall young man from, of course, Gauteng, Johannesburg. But when Hyder comes up to the stump, it has a different degree of challenge because the batter can't go out of his crease. It's good thinking by the Hurricanes. Early's full, and it's going to be 4 more. Times it really well. Greg Hay, and he's looking real good touch, the captain. Good start for his team.
What a great start. Now they're up to 39. 39, and they're inside still the 5th over. So they're scoring at a rate of well above 8 and over. And from here, you feel the confidence growing. They were maybe a little tentative at first, but you feel the confidence in the San Diego Surf Riders starting to increase. So worrying signs here for Houston.
Of course, the scrubbing umpire for today's matchup, Mangesh Rain, ran a correction. Yeah, Trump has to find sort of that optimum line and length. This one in the air, it should be a wicket. It is a wicket. So he finally gets his man. Greg Hay has got to depart after looking so promising. That's a big setback for the Surf Riders, the man that's been their leading run scorer in this tournament. He's got to go to skipper, and Matthew Trump, the Trump card, strikes again.
Very straight on the pads, flicked to mid-wicket, straightforward catch taken, very, very straightforward. And the first wicket falls. Trump strikes, man with the golden arm. You'd like to think that if you're a Houston fan, you pull that back, and the score is now 39 for 1.
So a big wicket for the Houston Hurricanes. Hey, the captain, he's gone for 36. A well-played innings from him comes to an end. He'll be happy with the start. 26 it was. Correction from just 20 deliveries. Score now 39 for 1.
Let's go, guys.
But we have seen this before. A good start in the power play by the Surf Riders, but just losing their way in the middle. So big responsibility on Harish Kakani. I make it coming to the middle.
Come on, Trumpy! Come on, Trumpy! Next up.
Harish Kakani. When you lose your captain is also your opening batter and also your leading scorer. It definitely has the impact of deadening the enthusiasm that you'd started to build. So for Houston, they have to see this as an opportunity to change the momentum in this game. San Diego still scoring at the rate of 8.36 and over. They'll want to bring that down.
That's probably where he wants to operate, Matthew Trump, with the two on the outside. In terms of the length, maybe just a little too wide still, but the length is good. When he hits that hard length, he's a real challenge, hits the deck hard, the young man. But he'd be very happy with that wicket after being struck for 2 boundaries in the over. It was just a bit wayward, then got very straight, and Greg Hay looking to hit over the infield. Departed, so a good comeback for Trump in the over. The wicket and 8 runs, 39 for 1 after 5.
1, 2, 3. Good guys. Hurry up.
Took that last corner pretty quick.
Sir, I need 1 hand on the roof, 1 hand on the pump.
Timeout for Sunoco Go Rewards.
Keep pumping.
With new Sunoco Go Rewards, when you fuel, you save, because rewards come first.
So wicket falling in that 5th over for the San Diego Surf Riders. Matthew Trump, he's been that man for this team so often. See Greg Hay coming a long way across the off stump.
That is very interesting. Hadn't noticed that before. You get the sense that he might have gotten just a little bit greedy, stepping across, looking to maybe emphasize what he thought was dominance that he was having over the young pacer. But I think he was his own worst enemy on that occasion, Greg Hay.
But I think what he was trying to do is, now the responsibilities will go to Krishna Antaraju. But what he was trying to do, Greg Hay, and I'll get another replay of it soon in this over, trying to hit into the small side. You will see that a lot on this surface, on the far left surface, the strip. You will see batters trying to maneuver the ball into the left side, left smaller side of the field. Ashley Nurse will come into the attack for the first time today.
done, well done, well done, well done. Good work, boy, good work, boy.
But won't be there. So only 2 overs for Nurse. Yes, I was surprised. 1 in the
Nice
power
bowling,
play.
nice bowling.
And of course 1 at the death, but I was real shocked. And Brian, you hit the nail on the head.
Oh!
The leg side, it's going to be a wide. You actually spoke about it when the last over was bowling of the first innings. Hassan Rashid conceded 27. Of course, hindsight is 2020, but you want maybe your more experienced players bowling in those tight situations. Something for Rafiq, something he would have thought about as well. On the leg side, this one, and unable to cut it off. So it will be a couple of runs. It will be a boundary as well. Munib Chowdhury unable to pull that in. So lucky for Ashley Nurse. One just spraying down the leg side. It's going to be wides as well. 5 wides.
Come on, lads, come on, lads, come on, lads, boys, come on.
Expensive set of overs coming from
Never
the
mind,
highway.
never mind.
Jermaine Levine, his 2 overs going for 19. Now Ashley Nurse, 6 runs officially from just 1 legal ball.
Just short of Asad Shafiq.
Bowler.
Single.
Well done.
One thing about Ashley Nurse,
Very well
he's
done.
always likes to be in there in terms of
Good work, boy.
take wickets, likes to be very attacking, regardless of who he's bowling to, whether right, left-hander.
Come on, lads, come on, lads, come on.
Usman Rafiq has got to get more production out of him. Have to put him in some more positions to win games for your teams. That's why you bring players like Nurse in.
Obviously tremendous experience by Ashley Nurse, so he would not be bothered. Even if he starts out and over with relatively expensive fashion, you expect that experience will allow him to be able to pull things back. And that's why, going back to yesterday, that's why I'd have preferred to see him bowl that last over.
Wow!
You look at his career in terms of what he's been able to do, keeping teams and their economy, keeping hit teams. He's bowled at in his international career, 54-1 internationals, 13 T20 internationals
Come on, lads,
for the West Indies. He's just so good at keeping things very tight, to be very cheeky.
Well bowled, nice bowling.
Make contact, but he's so good through the middle.
Great bowling, guys,
Ashley
great
Nurse.
bowling.
And also developed into a real wicket taker, genuine wicket taker for this Houston Hurricanes team.
Very well, yourself.
Not giving him too much. Dot to end the over. 7 from it. After 6, the power play, a pretty successful one for the Surf Riders, 46 for 1.
You know what to do now?
Yeah.
Right? Minad.
Well, this MILC, of course, for the 2nd year going, wouldn't be possible without our title sponsors, Toyota, taking the game globally. Big brand like that on board. 46 for 1. You think, Brian, the Surf Riders will be very happy with that start? Probably their best power play of the tournament so far.
They certainly will be happy with the start. They'll be less happy with the fact that their captain and best batter has been dismissed. But this is a platform from which you can go on to launch and score somewhere in the 140, 150 range.
Yourself.
Matthew Trump again, now really finding his rhythm on that good hard length. Sri Krishna Anantaraju. Start yesterday. He's a tall man, can be very aggressive in this opening up. Very new to the minor league, Trump. Cheeky, but straight to Nurse at short third.
Well done. Very well done. Great bowling, Trumpy.
Boys. Let's keep working, fellas. Come on, boys.
Excellent bowling.
Harish Kakani yet to get off the mark, Brian. 6 deliveries for him. You don't want to slow the scoring up. When Greg Hill was at the crease, they were going at over 8.5 runs per over. Really good take from Haider, was wide. Had to really watch it into the hands. He's such a good wicketkeeper behind the stumps.
That is a fantastic take, keeping up to the pacer, obviously. And if we can get a look at that again, that was just a tremendous amount of athleticism, reaching well across. Here we are, short outside off stump. Look at that, diving away. Very difficult to do that. Brilliant piece of keeping.
Only one.
Finally will get the single, but this is a good over from Trump. Just 1 run conceded so far.
Good stuff, boys. Great work, fellas.
This is what I was talking about earlier, Brian, in terms of Greg Hay. The reason he's come across to the off-stump, it was a full delivery. Remember, he's hitting in the onside, will be his smaller side. Once he clears Muhammad Ilyas at mid-wicket, it's a short boundary. So looking to sort of maneuver the field. Unfortunately for Hay, has to depart, but can't put anything intent, that's for sure. Run out chance, Shafiq is quick. And Anantaraju is a very tall man. They're confident, the Hurricanes, but the umpire is not interested. I think he did get home in the end.
Very quick effort there, and they seem to be very confident. I have to say, looking at it live, it looked like Anantaraju had it covered from my perspective. Yeah, certainly bang play, as you say, but I think he had it covered.
It's a bit closer than I thought at first, but yeah, I think in the end he got home. It's a bold move though, taking a single to Asad Shafiq, one of the best fielders in this tournament. He's been so effective in the field, especially at that point position. Another dot delivery, another good hard length delivery from Trump. And you love that if you're Usman Rafiq and the captain, because you don't mind with the protection in the offside with the man at cover and a long off. You don't mind him on that off-stump line.
It's up to Trump now to close out this over strongly.
With that back foot just raised in the end. Hyder's so quick, lightning quick at in that keeper position, but it'll end a good over for Matthew Trump. Just 3 runs from it, 49 for 1.
Hurry up, guys. Quick change.
7.
Sweep. Asad bhai, 2 step ऊपर आ जाएगा.
4 options used for the Hurricanes. Ashley Nurse will bowl his second over. This one in the air, man underneath it, but would you believe it, it just evades Munib Chowdhury again. So Ashley Nurse has created some opportunities, but lucky for him, they haven't fallen to fielders. We've seen a couple balls score aerially. In the end, hasn't been able to pick up that first strike.
There's a replay, looking to sweep, a little too straight, but additional bounce from that delivery from Ashley Nurse, almost creating the chance. And the 50 is up with that shot. They're now 51 for 1.
This time though, he's got all of that, and a man underneath it. We'll have to watch it. Ramiz Raja sails over the boundary rope for 6, and Ashley Nurse.
Never mind,
First
boy.
real sign of aggression from Harish Kakani. He's been there for a long time. He's watched for a long time. He sails over for a maximum.
Never mind, boy.
Just for a split second there, Nikhil, I thought you and I were going to have catching practice. Of course, you wouldn't want that with the ball coming through the glass, but headed directly in toward us. This is the largest side of the ground, as you've mentioned, so it landed maybe not quite as big a 6 as we thought it would have been coming off the bat, but still a maximum. Interestingly, Ashley Nurse now immediately making the change to go around the wicket. I think he'll be trying to spear this in toward off stump, going across the batter. More difficult hit for him that way.
Okay.
He's just taken 2 wickets in this tournament so far. It's been slightly disappointing, Ashley Nurse. Just 11 overs bowled, though. That's the key. Hasn't really been given the opportunities.
Come on,
Hasn't bowled his full quota. Only bowled his full quota in 1 of the 3 games so far. I think both the captain and Nurse need to bowl their full quotas. They're so important, the 2 off spinners to this team and their chances. Both bat and ball. We saw Rafiq get runs yesterday. Should just be 1. Work for Ilyas to go on the boundary and does extremely well to save it. He's actually flying.
Tremendous.
It's actually Ninad Nimbalkar, not Mohamed Ilyas, at long off. Did well in the end to save it to just 2.
Tremendous. Made up a good 15 or so yards to his left. Picking up that ball. Maybe here in the replay, inches away from the rope, and then again doing well, fortuitous in the end, and the ball didn't go back off his body.
Excellent delivery, much quicker from Ashley Nurse. Just beats the outside edge. 60 for 1 after 8.
वक्त आ गया है लक्ष्मी बासमती राइस को घर लाने का। लक्ष्मी एक्स्ट्रा लॉन्ग बासमती राइस। इसका हर दाना हो इतना लंबा, पकते हुए महके और प्लेट पे क्या खूब खिले। हाँ, तेरे घर लाने का।
My son, he's so soft-spoken. Everyone says he's so good-looking, and he never forgets to call.
Hi, Mom. Born for your true self. The 2022 Tundra. Toyota. Let's go places.
So back at the Prairie View Cricket Complex for yet another day of action in this long holiday weekend. So fantastic that we have 4 days of jam-packed cricket. Started on Friday with the Hurricanes, the home team opening up with a win, their first of the tournament against the Chicago Blasters. Then yesterday, of course, 2 of the favorites in this tournament, the Grizzlies and the Strikers, both winning. On that hard length.
Nice bowling, Trumpy.
Even if he's back of the length, Matthew Trump, because of the extra height, you can see Brian is sort of an extra degree of difficulty for batters to face.
Well, he does bowl that hard length. You're mentioning he's tall, maybe not quite as tall as some of the taller bowlers in this tournament. But that length that he's able to bowl, assuming that he does not go too wide with his line, he can be very difficult to score off of. So far, he's bowled 2.2 overs now, 1 for 12. So that's the sort of, his overall economy rate is certainly less than the economy rate of the entire innings. So you want to make sure that if you're Trump, you continue bowling that same economy rate and being that difficult to score from.
This time flat batted, but there is a man in the deep. It's Nurse, and he takes the catch. Trump gets his second on that hard length, and the pressure getting to Shri Krishna Anantaraju. Very hard to hit down the ground, especially over a man like Ashley Nurse at long off, who's safe as houses.
Hard to hit down the ground, particularly off the back foot. That was a short of length delivery, as we spoke about. And he tried to force that off the back foot, not able to get all of the momentum or the energy, the power into that shot. Ashley Nurse is pouching that one very easily. The second one goes down, the second catch, or the second wicket rather, goes down. Here's a replay.
Matthew Trump, he knew it straight away. He knew that Ashley Nurse, he positioned him there. And look at the coaching staff and others in the background. They animated, know what it means to take that wicket. Want to keep taking wickets to break the momentum. Lovely camera work as well to get the reaction of Trump and then the coaching staff. Every game critical in this 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship. So Anantaraju dismissed of 14. Hurricanes fighting their way back after a good solid start from the Surf Riders. This young man, Matthew Trump, a real find of this tournament. When he doesn't contribute with wickets, he's the leading wicket taker for this Hurricanes team. When he doesn't contribute with wickets, he's done it with the bat. Yesterday, in his very first run out with the bat in hand, 44 from 28 deliveries not out. So A real genuine all-rounder, this young man, Matthew Trump.
Good stuff, guys. Good stuff, guys.
Keep saying it, he's the trump card. That's gonna catch on. Again, even though you know it's coming, you can predict the length he's gonna bowl. You can't really score. Yesterday though, I did see Shehan Jayasuriya and others open the face, look to ride the ball past third man, and they did it successfully. But of course, not every batter has the ability to be so prominent behind square. And he does have the short third fielder in place for that shot. This is a good spell by the young man. That's the question, but definitely going no leg. If you're Usman Rafiq, Brian, persist with Trump. First, we'll have a look at the wicket again. Matthew Trump again on that.
Keep talking, guys, come on.
Good length. Look at, as soon as he bowled it, he knew that left hand went straight up in the air. Ashley Nurse makes no mistake. You keep and persist with Trump. Bowling now his third over. He's still got one remaining. Back to the next over. End of 9, 62 for 2.
Over. Quick change, guys.
Kunal Sehgal walks to the middle, joining Harish Kakani. I just asked you though, Brian, in terms of Trump and Usman Rafiq yesterday, you only bowled 3 overs, picked up a wicket, Matthew Trump, but clearly the way he's bowled today, do you keep him on, keep him into the attack, and keep looking for wickets?
I think the enthusiasm and the exuberance of youth means that he'll be fired up to continue bowling. I would reward that. I'd bowl him out. And then later in the innings here, the captain is now coming on, Usman Rafiq, for his first over. I'd want to make sure that he bowls his full quota. Ashley Nurse still has a couple of overs to go out and make sure that he bowls his out. And then, of course, Mohamed Ilyas still with 2 to come. I'd want to make sure that Trump takes advantage of the enthusiasm and the success with which he's already bowled. I want to make sure I keep him on.
You don't need to try too much if you are the Houston Hurricanes. They will have to look at some other options. We saw Asad Shafiq yesterday. He's also been in the wickets, much less the runs, but you expect him to feature with the bat in hand. He's done it more with the ball. 4 wickets for Asad Shafiq. Hasn't bowled today though as yet. Starting into the attack. Rafiq, just 2 overs for 13 runs yesterday. I was slightly disappointed that he didn't opt to bowl his quota. In the air, but again, falls into no man's land.
Well, that stayed in the air forever. Just thought for a split second.
Nice bowling, nice
The keeper might be in with a chance here, Saklin Haider.
Two step.
See just the leading edge there. Oh, agonizingly close.
Should be the first runs off the bat.
Well done.
Against Usman Rafiq. But just looking at this, the construct of this Houston Hurricanes lineup, they've obviously dropped Hassan Rashid and opted to play the extra batter in Balkar. So it's going to mean that some others, they have confidence in Asad Shafiq to be able to bowl. He's going to come into play at some stage. Because Jermaine Levine, they've only used now 5 options. Levine has bowled 2, but he has been expensive. Lots of spin utilized by the Hurricanes. Third spinner into the attack.
Levine certainly has been expensive, but remember that he's bowled his 2 overs so far inside the power play. So with more protection in the deep, you'd think that it would be spin-heavy attack during the back end of this innings.
Very well done.
Remember,
Excellent bowling.
end will also be important. I'm surprised Rafiq started Levine from this end, the highway end, because you have sort of him bowling, spinning the ball away from the right-hander. hitting into the smaller side. Goes big with this one. It's the big side. It doesn't matter which side. It's gone all the way for a maximum. And the second big blow from Harish Kakani coming into his own now. This is an important contribution from him.
Tremendous blow, and in fact, it is a free hit. A no ball and a free hit. Some more worrying signs here for Usman Rafiq and the Houston Hurricanes. Should have been the end of the over. Usman Rafiq questioning umpire Rane.
Come on, Trumpy.
Not often do you see a spinner bowling a front foot no ball. Rafiq is trying to explain that he landed with some part of that foot behind the line. But 7 runs coming from basically an imaginary ball. 7 no balls now after that 6. So that could be a big change in the momentum of this innings. Things were just slipping away from the Surf Riders. Kakani, though, taking the intent and aggression. Free hit in the air, but it should just be a single. Doesn't carry to cover. Maybe 10 from Rafiq's first over. 72 for 2. But before we go, have a look at the no ball again signaled by the umpire. Fantastic to have this slow-mo replay. So tough on the umpires. Yeah, great decision actually. Nothing behind the line from that angle, but imagine the complexity to make that decision in real time. Umpires deserve a lot of credit for that. 72 for 2.
Hurry up, guys! Come on, Trumpy! Stay on the ground.
So Matthew Trump.
Hang on.
What is going on here?
Potentially bees. I've seen this before, and there are few.
I tell you, this country just gives us everything. Cricket, bees. Everyone's laying down. No, if you're watching at home, they're not just relaxing. They're not taking a break. Swarm of bees attacking the ground, attacking the Prairie View Cricket Complex. And they've gone along their way, Brian.
That has happened. Many people don't know that this part of the country has a lot of that sort of activity. I know people who actually keep bees as, I wouldn't say pets, but who actually raise bees. That
well, clearly they got away. I know we replay the cricket, but if you realize what happened there, all the players went down. The umpires were unmoved. Do the umpires have a special agreement with the bees? Every player on the field, all 13 of the players, 2 batters and 11 fielders, went down on the ground, but the 2 umpires, they stayed up. Do they have a special agreement? That is blasphemous. Back to the cricket, thank God. Heavy winds. That's a bee there. Great work from Perron.
Well bowled. Nice bowling.
So the bees attacking the Prairie View Cricket Complex just when we thought the cricket was intense enough. Here it is again.
Great bowling.
There's an umpire on the ground.
Yeah, he is standing umpire was lying down, but the square leg umpire Rani was standing up firmly. Good delivery from Trump.
What a great delivery, and I'm very, very enthused to see that Trump was able to bowl his full spell on the trot. Those 4 overs on the trot, very economical. Of course, he's taken the 2 wickets. I'm very happy that Usman Rafiq has kept him on for him to bowl his entire spell.
Another thing is that this is 92-degree weather, so Matthew Trump bowling 4 on the trot. Very important. This one cut past point and a rare boundary off the bowling of Matthew Trump. He's been excellent, but just a rare wide delivery, giving width to Harish Kakani, who's been lethal at the crease so far.
See the replay. Not as wide as you would have thought given the way that that shot was played, but great work by the batter Kakani to stay leg side and just create that little additional width, cutting it away past that man a backward point for 4.
Back to his bread and butter. Also good to see that Matthew Trump was able to recover from the attack and get back to what's worked so well for him. That good hard length. Do see it with a couple bowlers in this tournament. Roshan Primus comes to mind. Definitely Trump. What a find though. Picked up in the draft for the Houston Hurricanes. Real value find for this Houston Hurricanes team. I think going forward in this tournament and for tournaments to come, he'll have a big part to play with his all-round ability. Just misses his run up there. You can see the stutter.
Boy, the Houston area, 92 degrees, 95% humidity. That is essentially the formula for the weather for Houston or in this area from May till about September. Just really oppressive conditions.
What have the folk in Houston done to deserve this? End of the 11th over, but a fantastic spell from the young man. Matthew Trump again continues to impress in this 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship presented by Sunoco. End of 11, 80 for 2.
Right here, right? So that's not a no ball, just to confirm. Because I don't bowl no more.
Jump in, little bit. असद भी बहुत पीछे हो गए. आ जाए.
Usman Rafiq, the captain. I like this though. Backing his bowlers a bit more, Rafiq, in this innings. Happy to go to his 5 options. 5 used so far. Keeping things a bit more simple. And you look at the Hurricanes, it's been a tough job for Rafiq. People don't understand that. Having to deal with so many changes in this lineup. Brian, you would have watched this team a long time last season. This one,
well done.
Good pick up by Nimbalkar. Again, he's been good on that boundary. Nina Nimbalkar. You think of Ali Khan, Nasir Jamali, Sushant Modani, Kartik Gaitapalli, all these names, experienced names for Rafiq to go to. This season, he's had to deal with youth. It's been a big transition for him.
It presents a tremendous challenge. I'll say more after this. Just run behind square for a single.
Nice bowling.
You're essentially having to marshal your resources, and whereas in the past you had almost an embarrassment of riches to choose from. Not that the talent level is much less, but it's certainly, I'd say, overall less than it has been in the last couple of years. Or in the last year. And so as captain, you want to make sure that you still get the same results while maneuvering those resources.
In the air this time. And it goes a long way up. And the man on the boundary takes the catch. That right foot. Has he kept it in? He hasn't moved. He doesn't, I don't think he's sure himself.
I would have to say, looking at it live, I saw the back foot on the rope. I'd love to see a replay.
But here's the thing, if he was confident about it, he would have taken the catch and run in. Not many times have I seen a fielder take the catch and then stay there. Usually in cricket, it's Gaurav Bajaj at the boundary. You see fielders, even if they do slightly step on the rope, they're not taking that on.
They tried to sell it.
Gaurav Bajaj.
He did not try to sell it at all.
If I have any money loose lying around, I'll give it to him. Mr. Trustworthy. We'll wait for a ruling by the umpires. Here it is again. He took the catch. It went so high in the air. Did he just feel the rope with that right foot? I think he was
there.
Unsure.
He's standing on the rope. That is 6.
He's on the rope. So that's the review. The umpires are having a discussion. Remember, they don't have the luxury of taking that video replay. There's no third umpire in place for them to go up to. So Usman Rafiq, the captain, having a discussion with the umpires, but he clearly steps on the rope, and he actually didn't move Gaurav Bajaj after he took the catch.
Standing on the rope and looking at the replay, obviously, it confirmed what we thought live, but now they're high-fiving, and now they're changing their minds. So no signal either way, and now Usman Rafiq is not very happy.
Yeah, this is commotion, but if you're wondering what's going on in terms of, yes, it's easy for us to see from this angle, but remember, these games in the 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship, they do not have the luxury of having a third umpire or having video replay. So they have to make the ruling on the field.
Yep.
So it might seem like an easy decision for us at home to make. But remember, Brian, you have several games happening at one time. It's not fair to a couple teams because they're having the premium broadcast.
He gave it out. It has been signaled out. So big moment in the match here, Nikhil. Big moment in the match. Obviously, as you mentioned, there is no official third umpire, and the batter himself walking off is not happy, but it has been signaled out.
A big wicket for the Hurricanes. They get the wicket of Harish Kakani, and after a good start by him, he's got to go for 26, and they lose their third. The San Diego Surf Riders is going to have to depart. See Greggy at the boundary there, trying to have a word with the umpires. So Nikhil Datta, the international addition this season for the San Diego Surf Riders, will come to the middle. He's been the top scorer for this team. Rafiq gets his first, the captain. Still animated discussions, but at the end of the day, the umpire's ruling is final.
Yep.
Nikhil Datta, Canada international, a lot of experience for Datta himself.
Yep.
It's been interesting because Nikhil Datta, when you saw his name early on before the tournament started, Brian, you thought he would be the man sort of with the ball, but I watched him in that first game in that 81. He got 49 of them against the strikers, one of the best bowling lineups in this tournament. So 87 runs, and now his third match, the leading run scorer.
Later on in this match when he bowls, I'm going to ask you if his action reminds you of Sunil Narayan's, because his nickname here in the T20 circuit around the US for a long time has been Narayan. Very tremendous bowler, but as you can see, 44 runs in the last match that he played, has certainly some ability with the bat.
Interesting passage of play, bring Nikhil Datta to the middle.
Very well bowled, Jose. Very well bowled, Jose. Great bowling, boy.
Well, good start by Rafiq.
Come on, fellas. Come on, fellas.
For the Hurricanes to get 26 for
very well done. Very well done.
Harish Kakani. Forward now. Gets off the mark straight away, Datta.
Nice bowling,
35,
Jose. Nice bowling, Jose.
38, sorry, correction. Not out yesterday against the Americans. Was the second top scorer in the innings after Greg Hay. So now I think the responsibility goes over to Kunal Sehgal. He's been quiet so far. Good spell by the captain, Rafiq. Oh, look at that. Sharp spin. And you see the change. It's the leg break from Usman Rafiq. Meticulous bowling from the captain. End of 12. 84 for 3.
वक्त आ गया है लक्ष्मी बासमती राइस को घर लाने का। लक्ष्मी एक्स्ट्रा लॉन्ग बासमती राइस। इसका हर दाना हो इतना लंबा, पकते हुए महके और प्लेट पे क्या खूब खिले। हाँ, तेरे घर लाने का। 1, 2, 3.
So back into the attack, Jermaine Levine. 2 overs up front in the power play, and I like this move because he has Usman Rafiq has Levine bowling with the ball spinning away from the 2 right-handers into the bigger side. Has to bowl that one over though. It's actually so amazing how important, Brian, managing the dimensions on the field on both sides of the Prairie View Cricket Complex. So amazing to see how important planning and strategy is to those bigger and smaller sides. Obviously, wind direction is taken into account. The length you bowl, very important.
And that is the element that has been missing in our cricket for such a long time, where you just show up and there's an artificial wicket, the dimensions of the entire field remain the same. That's when you don't get the skill that's needed to maneuver in situations like this, where you're having to determine what side of the field are you playing on. All of these elements are really important.
But what I will say though, Brian, is I think even with having, okay, yes, you have turf surfaces, a lot of these players are not educated enough. When you bring in international players and mix them in some of these teams, that's how they then learn so much about the game. Speaking to some of the youngsters in this Houston Hurricanes team after last season, Rayan Bagani, who is 12th man today for the Hurricanes, speaking to him and finding out how much he's learned in one season, just spending time with Ashley Nurse. Want a single there, and they'll get it in the end. Ramiz Raja a bit slow to that one, but getting back to that, Bagani, what he told me last season, even though he didn't feature much for the Hurricanes, just spending time with Nurse. I watched them in the nets, the Houston Hurricanes, seeing the mentorship from an Asad Shafiq, an Ashley Nurse, even an Usman Rafiq, played at a very high level in Pakistan for the domestic level. It does a lot for these youngsters and the growth of their game. So fantastic to have these type of players, these brand of players in the tournament. Of course, this tournament presented by Sunoco wouldn't be possible without them. Good delivery, slow, but a good length. Getting some purchase. Jermaine Levine.
Yeah.
Great delivery, just push or pitching on an off stump line
Come on,
from around the wicket,
fellas.
and then pitching and leaving the right-handed batter. That's why Jermaine Levine is in the lineup. We'd like to see him bowl more of those with his remaining over in his spell.
So Rafiq turning these overs very quickly. They like to bowl very quickly because not only does it get through the game and get them out of this 95-degree heat, but also it puts pressure. In 2-2s, these two batters can look around and 2 and 3 overs escape. Goes to extra cover, worked on the boundary to be done, won't be enough for Mohamed Ilyas. One bounce into the boundary for 4. He's strong in that area, Nikhil Datta. Nikhil's overall are very strong people, Brian. My namesake hasn't let me down in this tournament. 87 runs coming into this. Continues that prowess.
It's a tremendous strike over extra cover. That is the hallmark of a great batter. And just elevating that ball over extra cover for 4. Great strike.
Well done, ठीक है. Shabash.
After that boundary.
Money
harping on the fact that you have the big and small size, but it's important. Look at Rafiq in that boundary delivery. It was wide, tossed up outside the off stump. I can tell you, Nikhil Datta and any other batter will not be afraid to cash in. Just has one fielder to beat straight. So Rafiq has to be a lot shorter to Nikhil Datta especially. Or if he wants to bowl full on the leg stump. Good stop in the end. Really good stop by Munib Chowdhury.
That stopped 3 runs. Great piece of athleticism. Not very fleet-footed necessarily, but just reacting very quickly. Here's to the replay. If he does not stop that, that runs away down the hill for 4. So that saves 3 runs for his side.
Just be a single. Look how quickly they're bowling these overs. Dot ball actually to end. So end of 14, 95 for 3. So 5 options used. What I love about this approach from the Houston Hurricanes is a lot more simple. Yesterday we saw several options, several chopping and changing. And Brian, while that's important in T20 cricket to not allow batters to acclimatize, it also allows your bowlers to just sort of bowl in rhythm.
That's exactly the point. I'll say more after this ball.
This time in the air, and the man in the deep has to watch it sail over his head. Nikhil Datta, he's an attacker in this middle order for the Surf Riders. They'll be very happy with the way he's gone about things.
Great strike, all the way for 6, and yet another snake ball, as we say here. Here's the replay from around the wicket, flighted and just lofted into the deep, well over the top of Mohamed Ilyas over there at long on for 6. But going back to your point, I think I agree completely with you. If you're moving bowlers around and not necessarily having them build the momentum and the rhythm when they're bowling in a spell. If you bowl over 1, then over 7, then over 11, then over 18, you don't get the opportunity to build the right momentum and be able to create the rhythm that you'd like as a bowler.
That's the thing, the ideal length for Jermaine Levine. Anytime he's been too full, because he's bowling very slow, trying to get the ball to spin, it's been too easy for batters. We saw early on, Greg Hay and Anatha Raju were able to easily place him and position exactly where they wanted to strike. So Levine has to be very consistent. He's got the protection on both square boundaries. Goes full again. This time it's in the air, but the man is in the deep. Matthew Trump won't be able to get to it. Luckily for Segal, who's really struggled to find the middle of the bat, worked in his favor on that occasion.
Certainly did. For a split second with the ball coming off of the bat, I thought it might have carried all the way down there to him, but not much contact really made by Segal.
Big swing and a miss, and another dot delivery. The Hurricanes have kept a good grip of this game, but the key will be to how they finish this innings. Yesterday at this same time, the same 15th over, the strikers were 116 for 4. In the air again, and he has enough on it again. Nikhil Datta, second maximum in the over, and this is out of the top drawer stuff from the Canadian international.
So that is the last ball of the 15th over. 109 for 3 is the score.
My son, he's so soft-spoken. Everyone says he's so good-looking, and he never forgets to call.
Hi, Mom. Born for your trousseau, the 2022 Tundra. Toyota, let's go places.
What's up, Doug? What got into you?
At Sunoco, we know how to fuel peak performance. Fuel your best.
Five overs remain. I mentioned it in the last over. 116 for 4 yesterday. The strikers, Brian, they got up to 189. That's 73 runs scored in the last 5. Today, the Hurricanes have got to learn from that. They're going to the experience of Asad Shafiq. Interesting time to bring him in, though. Just 5 overs remaining. Hasn't bowled the ball for the day.
It's an interesting call. You have 2 overs remaining from Mohamed Ilyas. I believe Usman Rafiq himself may have 1 over left. But you want Asad Shafiq to be able to give you 2, potentially 3 economical overs at a run a ball. No more than a run a ball, because you don't want to have happen what happened in yesterday's game, where they get away at the end.
Starts on the leg side. I wonder, though, if he's just trying to sneak in an over here, Usman Rafiq, knowing that Levine has been expensive.
Levine's 4 overs went for 37. The best of his 4 overs was the 3rd. But in the grand scheme of things, the rate at which they're scoring now is about 7.32. if they continue at that rate, they'll be ending up somewhere just south of 150. You would like to think if you're Houston, you back yourself to be able to chase such a total. But you certainly don't want to give the momentum to the San Diego Surf Riders going into the end of the innings.
I think they can get all this over 8 or less runs. They'll be very happy, the Hurricanes.
Okay, well bowled.
Good bowling from Shafiq. And also a good result for the Hurricanes. The fact that Nikhil Dutta, who's been destructive, not only in this game, but in the tournament, in this 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship. He's been the leading run scorer for the San Diego Surf Riders. 23 already, 2 maximums for him. Segal has struggled, but this is going to be runs over the infield and will be a boundary. So just predicting the length, knowing Shafiq trying to make them hit into the bigger side, able to just pull it over the top, find leg in the circle. Welcome boundary for them.
The line, I think, is what the problem was on that occasion. Too far down the leg side, and just here you see on the replay, going down the leg side, and also a length that allowed him to get under the ball, going all the way for 4.
Well done. Yeah.
So, interesting decision by Asad Shafiq.
Only one. Yes.
And again, going to be a couple more runs as well. Easy too. So you don't mind this too much. If you can close this over out without conceding a boundary, Brian, even though, yes, you go to the part-timer, you don't mind this if you're Usman Rafiq. You still have an over yourself, the captain. Then Nurse has 2, and Mohamed Ilyas 2 as well. So a chance to sneak in a quick over here and really close out the last 4 with momentum on your side. Have to finish much better than they did yesterday.
Yep.
Steady attacks. There is a man in the deep. It doesn't carry all the way over the rope, and Asad Shafiq has produced again. This man has been not fired as much with the bat, but somehow, some way, Brian, he just continues to pick up wickets.
You will absolutely take that wicket, and every time you will concede 9 runs, if you have a wicket at the end of that over, you will take that as a captain every time. Here's a replay, just tossed up and driven, not much power in the shot, and easy catch coming in for Ilyas coming off the long off boundary. So the 3rd wicket goes down, or the 4th wicket goes down. Segal goes, and at the end of 16, scores 118 for 4.
Thank you.
So Abinay ready into the batting for San Diego Surf Riders, and Asad Shafiq was trying to get 1 cheap over in. The captain Usman Rafiq, and not only did he get it in, only conceded 9 runs, but he also prized the wicket, a crucial wicket. But the man at the other end, Nikhil Dutta, that bright red helmet will be the one that they want.
No question, and I think at this stage it is all on Nikhil Dutta in terms of being able to push on and have a big competitive total that will challenge the Houston Hurricanes.
That is
made coming in, ready. Hasn't batted a whole lot in the series, and hasn't really impressed a lot with the bat. You really think that the experience of a Nikhil Dutta is what's going to take you here to a more decent total if you're the San Diego Surf Riders?
So pretty expected that Mohamed Ilyas, who's been the strike bowler, the strike seamer for this Hurricanes lineup, and will have to do the bulk of the leadership in terms of this attack with the absences of Ali Khan on international duty, Nasir Jamali, who's made the switch to the Dallas Mustangs. Ilyas has an important role to play for this Hurricanes team in this tournament. Beautiful delivery. And what I love about this young man, Mohamed Ilyas, is the competitive edge. Brian, yesterday he bowled to Unmukt Chan.
Yep.
And very first delivery, ran up in his face, had a few words, because he's not backing down from any challenge. I love the good length delivery, the seaming the ball away from the right-hander. Seen him do a bit of both, actually. The ball was coming back into Greg Hay, the new ball, with the angle now, angling it in and then getting it to just leave. Almost test bowling from this man. Again, on the off stump and playing across that one. Ready? Don't know about that option.
Very ambitious shot there, looking to whip the fastest bowler in the match down the leg side, not making any contact. Here's the replay, and angled into him, immediately deciding to go on the back foot, really coming nowhere close, and that ball bouncing over the top of middle and leg. Really, Abineri Reddy's priority should just be to get Dutta back on strike.
Edge and just out of the reach of Saqlain Haider. There are not many keepers better in this tournament than Haider. If he can't get it, no one can. And the unfortunate day continues at the office for Mohamed Ilyas. How many edges have we seen just skirt past the keeper?
Genuine outside edge. Here's Haider. He needed to have been just another foot to his right. He gave it every effort that he could, not able to get to it. So runs away for 4. That's the second time that a genuine edge off of the bat of the striker has gone off of Mohamed Ilyas for 4. I mentioned the first time it was a moral victory, but this one would have irritated Ilyas more than anything else.
Oh, there it is. What a Yorker. That's a scintillating delivery. And crashes into the middle stump. Gives him a send-off as well. But Mohamed Ilyas, he's bowled well. This is the best I've seen him in this tournament. He deserved that wicket.
Oh, my goodness. A searing Yorker taking out the base of middle stump. Looking at the replay, I'd love to see that replay as soon as we can see it, because this is a fast bowler's dream here. And boy, any effort by this bowler to be able to deliver such a ball will make his heart proud. Here's the replay from outside off, just searing in past the attempted drive and knocks back the middle stump.
So Ilyas finally gets his first, and a short stay for Abineri Reddy comes to an end. Just gone for 4. 122 for 5.
Yeah.
Seriously good Yorker from Mohamed Ilyas. Deserved that.
Quick, boys, quick, boys.
I love the fact in terms of the aggression he brings to this game, and it's why he's been saved for his 2 overs in the back end, because of that ability to go to the Yorker.
Right arm over the wicket. 2 balls.
Just 4 on a wicket. This is the ideal start to the final 4 overs for the Hurricanes.
Batty, the left-hander.
Forcing him back straight away, but he does a smart thing, Batty. He gets off strike.
And you wonder why that was not the approach taken by Reddy for the first few balls of this previous over. Here's the replay again. Angled from wide of the crease and just spearing in, targeting the base of middle stump. The Zing bails tell the story, the Zing wickets tell the story. Everything is flashing red, and Reddy's day with the bat is done.
This is going to be runs. Just turned into the onside. Nikhil Dutta has done nothing wrong in this tournament with the bat in hand. Another boundary for him. 9 from the over, but Ilyas has got his wicket. 127 for 5 after 17.
1, 2, 3.
Took that last corner pretty quick.
Sir, I need 1 hand on the roof, 1 hand on the pump.
Timeout for Sunoco Go Rewards.
Keep pumping.
With new Sunoco Go rewards, when you fuel, you save, because rewards come first.
So it will be Ashley Nurse come back into the attack. Both 2 overs up front. Rolled 1 inside that power play, then came back for the 8th over. Didn't see this yesterday though. He was only used twice in 2 overs for Usman Rafiq and the Hurricanes. Definitely need to have a full quarter ball by your most experienced player. Man has played over 50 one-day internationals at the highest level. Of course, our official sponsors, Dafa News. How many times would they have written about Nurse over the years? Check out the latest global sporting news, Brian, on Dafa. Good start to the over, just 1. But Nikhil Datta gets the strike. How dangerous has he been? 27 from 15.
This is an interesting matchup. Nikhil Datta facing the off spinner with the ball spinning into him, will be looking to target the leg side. But again, this is the larger side of the ground today. And of course, Ashley, with all his wiles, if you will, has the experience to be able to offset or to counteract any aggressive shots that have been taken by Nikhil Datta. So this is a high-stakes matchup here at the back end of the innings.
Finish on circle.
On the leg side, but clearly you see the intent. Want to be on a good length, but at the body of Nikhil Datta. Forcing him, he's okay, Ashley Nurse, if he wants to take him on, he's going to have to pull and pull well. Again, almost tricks it. Thinking he's going to go down the leg side, given the field. You see the 2 men in the deep on the onside, deep backward square, deep mid wicket, and then a long on. So mind games being played by Nurse. Again, swept straight to the man. This is a good matchup between 2 international cricketers. And this is what you want. I said it yesterday when Ray Marifo was at the crease. You want Ashley Nurse, especially in these situations, bowling, because he's such a smart thinker of the game. That paddle. He's tried it a number of times. Direct hit. They were confident, but I think he got home quite easily in the end.
Good piece of work there, good athleticism. Direct hit, but Batty sliding that bat home safely. So just 2 balls remaining here. As you see the replay, throw coming in. Had maybe a stump and a half to aim at and hit middle stumps. That's a very accurate throw, but not much going for the run out appeal.
This is big. This is big. And it will go all the way for a maximum. Big shot, much needed for Batty to take some of the pressure off of the shoulders of Nikhil Datta.
Nikhil Datta will not mind having help scoring the runs that they need to score towards the back end of this innings. Here's a replay, tossed up from around the wicket, didn't turn on this occasion. And Jermaine Levine just watching this ball sail over his head for 6 at long on.
Bowler.
Wanted 2, but just be a single. So decent over for Surf Riders. 10 comes from it. 137 for 5.
Quick look at the scorecard. Nikhil Datta currently 28 from 18, and he has the highest score so far, supported by Greg Hay, captain, 26 from 20, and Harish Kakani, 26 from 24. But all eyes will be on Nikhil Datta here, because you get the sense that if there's going to be a major acceleration towards the end, it will be mostly up to him. Bowling so far dominated, both in terms of economy rate and in terms of the wickets taken by Matthew Trump. 5.25 economy rate from his 4 overs, 2 for 21. So brilliant bowling by the youngster. Now towards the back end of the innings, this last over to be bowled by, meaning the penultimate over, but the last over from this bowler, Mohamed Elias. This Just looking at the overall run rate. The overall run rate currently is 7.61. If they continue scoring at that rate, they'll be at 152. I think they'll be targeting somewhere around 160.
Good start by Elias. Yeah, you look at this approach by the Surfriders. The fact that they've, in the two previous occasions with the bat in hand, 81 all out and 135 for 5 yesterday against the Americans. This is a much improved approach because they're at 137 and still 2 overs remaining. The left-hander at the crease. Elias happy to push the ball away from him. He's got packed offside field. I think Batty, the smart thing to do is get Nikhil Dutta on strike.
That's exactly right. And that's exactly what they did there. Just drop it into the outside. And quick single taken. The priority now for the rest of the innings, if you're the San Diego Surfriders, is for Nikhil Dutta to face the majority of the balls to be bowled, the remaining 10 balls to be bowled in this innings.
Just 1 run scored the last 3 deliveries for Nikhil Dutta, so he'll be edging to find the boundary. He's been a real important knot, though, for this San Diego Surfriders team to allow them to get up to something respectable, something that they can defend, something that they can bowl at. Plenty of action happening around the venue as well. So many matches happening at the same time in both conferences. This time goes full, and it can be a chance, but just slowing up on the boundary. Ramiz Raja realized he wouldn't get there in the end. It's a great initiative, though, by Dafa News, Sunoco, and Toyota, our corporate partners, to have so many games, Brian, happening in one location. Why? More exposure on turf surfaces for a lot of these younger talents, especially in the Atlantic Conference. The Atlanta Fire, New Jersey Stallions, Empire State Titans. Those teams play a lot on synthetic pitches.
Synthetic pitches and with outfields that are nowhere near the quality of the ones here in Prairie View. So it makes a big difference when you have these cricketers have the ability to play in proper conditions where they can show the best of their talent.
Look at the Blasters game happening in the distance. East Bay Blazers in action as well, so a great mix between the two conferences.
In the meantime, what an over this is that's being bowled. The penultimate over of the innings. 4 deliveries have already yielded only 2 runs. So Mohamed Elias closing out strong here for the Houston Hurricanes. Overall run rate down to 7.45, and Elias with the talent to be able to squeeze the remaining life out of the enthusiasm for this innings.
Another big swing, but it'd just be another single. So this is really good stuff from the Hurricanes. Not over yet for them. Obviously, they need to close out the remaining 7 deliveries this innings well. But you think about yesterday where they conceded 73 and 139 runs in the last 10 overs. It's a drastic improvement for the San Diego Surfriders as well. I think they'll feel good about this. 140 on the board, still an over and some remaining. They can get up to past 150. It's definitely something to bowl at.
You're exactly right. And then the question to be asked, who is going to bowl the last over? Get back to that shortly.
Dutta again, this is good stuff. They've kept him quiet, Nikhil Dutta. 3 runs scored from his last 5 deliveries. Good execution at the death by the Houston Hurricanes. A good spell for Mohamed Elias. He's been fierce, he's been fast. End of his 4, just concedes 24 on a wicket. 1-4-1 for 5.
It's the last over, right?
Beautiful day here at the Prairie View Cricket Complex for the first matchup of this Sunday special in Houston, Texas. Of course, action happening all around in this holiday weekend, and as well as tomorrow on the holiday, the 4th of July holiday. Brian?
Tremendous opportunity for us to not only celebrate the birthday of a great nation, but to experience the #1 bat and ball sport in the country when this country was first formed. Baseball only came along in the last several centuries, last couple of centuries, but initially cricket actually was the #1 sport in this country.
Yeah, you need to let those guys know. Cricket over baseball any day. Any day.
Well, it's easy for us to say that because we're cricket fanatics. But the #1 cricketing rivalry in the world in terms of age, the oldest cricketing rivalry in the world is the US and Canada. Not many people know that.
Well, that's produced some real thrillers over the years. Remember, think back to North Carolina a couple of years ago, Stephen Taylor, and games going on to super over. North Carolina, the road to North Carolina as well in this 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship presented by Sunoco. It was a successful finals weekend last year in North Carolina. Can't wait to go back to the picturesque Morrisville, Church Street Park. This one pulled into the onside forcefully by Dutta, but for the Hurricanes, what they'll love about that is he's off strike straight away. It brings Batty, who's 11 from 8, but still a bit tentative.
Confident move on the part of the skipper to bring himself on for the last over. I was thinking Ashley Nurse, but it's really interesting and really a positive sign to see that the skipper is leading from the front, taking the bull by the horns and bowling the last over himself.
Well, if we analyze, Rafiq actually has bowled better than Ashley Nurse, 3 overs, 21 runs and a wicket. This is in the air, and it's going to be in the gap as well. Very straight.
Come on, man.
Jermaine Levine, though, he was at long on position. Really should have stopped it. Not sure why he just was allowing it to go into the boundary.
Go for it.
Usman Rafiq is
At
puzzled.
least show the intent to go for it.
Come on, man.
Pulled it from a long way outside the line. Expected Levine to stop that. He just gave up as soon as it was hit.
Seemed as though it was just going to be 1 run, and now Usman Rafiq replacing Jermaine Levine down at long on rather for the lefty with Ashley Nurse. So not exactly sure what that was about.
Brian, 146 for 5. Obviously the next 4 delivery is so crucial.
Go back,
After this delivery, who's the happier of the 2 teams?
I'd have to think San Diego. I'd absolutely think San Diego. This would or is their highest score in the tournament so far, and they're still going. And with a very strong bowling lineup, especially after the captain was dismissed relatively early, I think they'll be absolutely happy to have gotten as far as they have.
Only one, Asadai.
On the ground, just wants 2, but I think it's only going to be 1. And remember, though, this is a Houston Hurricanes batting line that has fired. First game, they lost against the Mustangs, but they posted 204, which was eventually chased down in the last over. Then in their second game, they got up to 131, chased that in 18 overs against the Blasters. And yesterday, even losing by some 32 runs, 157 for 7. So that will be in the back of their minds, the fact that they've been able to put up substantial totals. This has gone straight up, doesn't go anywhere, 2 and under it.
Yes.
But in the end, catch easily taken by Munib Chowdhury. And the 6 goes down. Usman Rafiq, he's bowled well, and bowled well in this last over as well.
Usman Rafiq again leading from the front as the captain. Just 6 runs from the over so far and a wicket with 1 ball to come. And boy, the Houston Hurricanes will feel very happy as we see the replay here, looking to swipe this away on the leg side, succeeding in only getting a top edge. A choice of fielders to take that catch. And that is the end of Nikhil Dutta, 31 from 22.
Well, the Nikhil show continues. Nikhil Dutta has been fantastic. My namesake, I'm doing it from the commentary box. He's doing it in the sun. Deserves a lot of credit. 31 for him. Score now 147 for 6. So just 2 deliveries remaining. You have to cash in on this inning so far. 1 delivery remaining. Correction. I think for the Hurricanes, you mentioned the San Diego Surf Riders being the happier of the 2 teams, Brian. I'll say this. If the Hurricanes can keep this delivery to under a boundary and go into it chasing less than 150, remember, not only is it a couple runs, it's a psychological advantage as well.
Yep.
150, as small as it sounds, is very different to 148 or 149.
You're absolutely right. So the man being asked to come in and try to get over that 150 mark is Mr. Tondale, Adnesh Tondale.
Excellent from Rafiq. Ends with a dot ball and ends the innings. Well, momentum, you think, in the favor of the Houston Hurricanes. They just concede 6 runs and take a wicket. The captain, I love it. He's backed himself in this game much more. And he's produced for his side. 148 is what the Hurricanes will need, but they can be happy about this bowling performance in pretty much a must-win game at home in this holiday weekend of the 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship. You're still going with the Surf Riders, the happier of the two teams after that last over?
In the context of this game, I think Houston is very happy right now as compared to San Diego. In the context of the overall tournament, where they've actually scored more runs today than they have for the rest of the tournament, I think San Diego will be encouraged by that.
Highest total of the tournament, as you mentioned, by the Surf Riders. And this is why. Had good starts from a lot of their batters. People putting their hand up. That's important, showing responsibility. It started at the top from Greg Hay, the captain, who got 26. And Ananta Raju, small start for him as well, but mainly because of Nikhil Datta through the middle, attacked the spin, hit into the smaller side, and really lined up his options well. Samson Bhatti finished the innings well as well. 16 from 12 not out, and in the end, 147. A good approach by them.
We see the bowling. Mohamed Ilyas, very economical, very quick. 1 wicket in strike rate, or economy rate rather, of 6. Matthew Trump, I think the best of the bowlers overall. 2 wickets in his 4 overs and an economy rate of 5.25. Bowlers, and particularly Usman Rafiq at the end, who bowled a very economical last over. Tremendous effort to pull things back for the Houston Hurricanes. And that is the end of the innings, 140 at the target.
Well, have a look at how things unfolded for the Surf Riders with the bat in hand. Mohamed Ilyas started well, but he was met with some aggression by the openers, Greg Hay. And Ananta Raju didn't do well to score early, make use of the fielding restrictions. And Greg Hay looks good again, following up his 44 yesterday. He's liked batting on these turf surfaces at the Prairie View Cricket Complex. That was a maximum from him. Matthew Trump, though, the Trump card. Yes, he was hit for that boundary, but he came back well in his first over. He picked up a wicket and made an impact straight away like he so often does. That was the first wicket. Just held out to Mohamed Ilyas. Rare loose delivery from Ashley Nurse, which went for 5 wides. This one went big, went long, went far, all the way over the boundary for 6. Then through extra cover this time. Nikhil Datta came into the middle. Did well, actually. That was good fielding by Nian Nambalkar. Matthew Trump again, as soon as he bowled that delivery, he knew. Had Nurse, the reliable Nurse, at long off, and look at what it meant to the Hurricanes. It was an important wicket, important that they continue to pick up wickets. This young man, Trump, is a find of the tournament. That was one squeeze past point, but I love the way he operated on that hard length. And it really was impressive. Huge maximum. That was the wicket of Harsh Kakani. It's a bit of indecision in terms of, in the end, though, Kakani ruled out. Some indecision and a bit of time to get to that. Nikhil Datta went through extra cover, was so good at attacking the smaller side against the spin especially. That's why he was sent in, it's why he's been the leading run scorer for the Surf Riders. A couple of big lusty blows against Jermaine Levine. And they've used that small side well. The San Diego Surf Riders, a clear intent. This one was just deposited over, fine leg up in the circle. Then Kunal Segal, who stuck around for a long time, didn't really make a huge impact. Was held out in the Mohamed Ilyas, again impacting the game, took a really good catch, running in from long off. Just 16, and then Abhinay Reddy, faint edge, but that was all for him before he was met with a great Yorker from Ilyas. Bang on, hitting the middle stump. On the leg side again, Nikhil Datta turned it on, but he was a really good addition, has been a really good addition for this Surf Riders team. A big shot against Ashley Nurse by Bhatti. He was pretty expensive today, Ashley Nurse. And he continued, Samson Bhatti. Hit another boundary, and then Nikhil Datta, the last man to go. Easy catch in the end for Munib Chowdhury. That's all she wrote. 147 it will be for the Surf Riders, getting that total on the board. And it means that the Hurricanes will need 148 if they're to pick up their second win of this tournament. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with the run chase in about 5 minutes' time.
You're watching the Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship, presented by Sunoco.
in a row, even if you're on top or conceive or perceive of yourself to be in a winning position, the mentality of a team that has lost a lot just sort of starts thinking, okay, what's the next bad thing that's going to happen that's going to contribute to us losing this game? So it's very important for the development of the San Diego Surf Riders to be able to put together a strong 20 overs that will, in their minds, put them on par with and above in terms of this game, the Houston Hurricanes.
So Chowdhury, I want to see him in terms of him. Actually, no, it's not Munir Chowdhury. It's Asad Shafiq. So a change in the opening pairing. We need to get confirmation of that, but clearly is Asad Shafiq at the other end. So they've opted to go for the Pakistan international, who has struggled in this tournament. A couple low scores. He hit 2 boundaries yesterday, Brian, before he was caught and bowled by Raymond Reef for the left arm seamer. So change, interesting move.
Very interesting move. Experience, because you go, Chowdhury is the younger, probably one of the younger players in this entire Houston Hurricanes outfit. So maybe this is such an important match to Captain Usman Rafiq that you're pulling out all the stops to be able to take control of this run chase early and then push on from there. You want to make sure, if you're Houston, that the start that you get sets the platform. Hopefully you're not in the position where you need to score 14 runs and over as they did towards the end of yesterday's game.
Well, the key is, of course, they finished much better, much improved from yesterday, just conceding the 38 runs in the last 5 overs. And they'd be very happy to get a good start, Ramiz Raja, for this Hurricanes team. Just about ready to get the first delivery. Murad brought into the lineup today. Can he make an impact immediately for this team? Heat really ramping up here at the Prairie View Cricket Complex. I can feel it in this commentary box.
Batsman, right arm over the wicket. Play.
Goes full on the stumps. Ramiz Raja, interesting tournament for him. Brian, when you look at sort of his campaign in so far, he's been one of the more experienced members of this Houston Hurricanes team. He also obviously comes in with a big reputation at the top of the innings. He's got to be, I just want to see him put a bit more prize and value on his wicket as the leaders, especially knowing you have inexperience, the likes of Chowdhury, the likes of Bajaj. He knows if he takes the game deep, they have power, they have trump. Nurse, Rafiq can finish the game off for you.
Which is why, exactly as you mentioned, if he puts a price on his wicket, if he makes the bowlers and the fielders have to work to get his wicket, he's a good enough and a free enough scorer that if he stays there for 8, 9, 10 overs, he'll get 50 or 60 at a close to 100 strike rate or above. So he just wants to be able to not give it away.
With 3 dots to start, this has been a consistent effort from Murad so far. It comes with a big reputation. 34 years old, Ramiz Raja. 2 T20 internationals for Pakistan back in 2011. But a lot of experience. 85 first-class games, over 64 T20s at the professional level. Would have played for the Quetta Gladiators as well. Almost getting that inside edge. Ball coming back. That's why he has that slip. It'll encourage to see that big swing outside the off stump by Raja.
Well, looking at the replay, very wide delivery and a huge swing and a miss by Raja. He has been facing Murad, who's been bowling very full. Every single delivery thus far in this first over is very, very full. So is he going to be able to take advantage of that?
Another good full delivery. There's 5 dot balls. And this is how you, even though, yes, It's not the biggest total by any means. Every delivery is so important, but also, especially early in this power play, more than ever, so important to start well. The Surfriders were able to do that, 46 for 1. The main thing is that they kept wickets in hand. That's what the Hurricanes have to do. They know exactly what they're chasing, just need to go out over 7.5 runs per over.
Another full delivery clipped to backward square for the first 2 runs of the over and of the innings. Ramiz Raja is off the mark, and at the end of 1, the score is 2 without loss.
Interesting move by the Hurricanes to elect, after 3 games at the top of the order, Munib Riyasat Chowdhury coming down the order. What do you make of that move, Brian? Could it be the fact that they know they just need to go at 7.5 runs per over? They're opting to go experience early?
I think that's exactly right. Now, you have to also consider the fact that I mentioned that both teams are extremely hungry for this victory. And with the experience of this opening pair, you'd expect that they would be the ones, even if a maiden or really relatively cheap over, the 2 overs or 2 runs rather, conceded from their first over. You don't want a younger player to have to panic and start thinking that he has to score quickly. From the standpoint of being able to just know that the experience can guide you through, I think that's why that move was made.
Harish Kakani, who's been the standout performer with the ball in hand for this team, had a good start with the bat as well. 26 from him, so he's feeling good about his game at the moment. 3 wickets yesterday against the Americans. Oh, what a shot that is. That's glorious. Down the ground. Just good stop made by Greg Hay to keep it to 1 run. Ready on his very first delivery, Asad Shafiq. Reminiscent of his Test career, where he's averaged close to 40.
Just a proper straight drive. Brilliant looking shot. Every single delivery in this match so far by the San Diego Surfriders has been very, very full. I'm wondering if that is a ploy. Have they spoken about it? Have they seen something that in some way, you know, belies sort of a vulnerability for Houston? Because everything is absolutely full.
Again, Yorker length this time. Obviously, I like it because you look at the attacking field that they have. A slip in place, but an offside field that's packed. Point, cover, extra cover, mid-off in the circle. And of course, just the 2 outside, the 3rd man and deep mid-wicket.
That is really interesting to me. Everything is essentially a Yorker.
And as soon as you say that, this one is short. Into the onside, pulled away, just be a single.
First delivery that's anything but a very full ball and presents a scoring opportunity.
One thing I'll tell you, Brian, the players don't know, but they always try to make the commentators look bad. Sometimes without even trying. About 8 full deliveries on the money, and of course the 9th one, right after Brian Walters outlines the plan, goes short, banged into the wicket. But they do have that man at deep mid-wicket for that reason. Sure. So I'm not surprised that he's opted for that option. Another flowing drive outside the off stump. Dot delivery.
It's a good start here for San Diego. Just 3 runs here so far from Kakani's first over and 2 runs total from the first over bowled by Zubair Murad. So you're starting out with a very inexpensive spell by both of these opening bowlers.
Another dot delivery. I'll tell you something I heard, probably the most common phrase I've heard throughout the weekend so far, Brian. Obviously, these heat and temperature are ramping up.
Yep.
But everybody in the Toyota Minor League 2022 that's in Houston seems to believe that I should be able to handle it because
you're from Barbados.
You're from Barbados. That's all I keep getting. Oh, no, no, no. Let me tell you something. You see the 95% humidity? We don't get anywhere close to that. Nice cool breeze off the sea. That's why you got to come to paradise.
Go!
Good producer Kevin will know a lot about that. He's a Bajan. Comes through for the single, Asad Shafiq. Can tell you, though, I wouldn't want to be out there in the middle at the moment. Sun scorching. End of 2, 5 for none.
My son, he's so soft-spoken. Everyone says he's so good-looking, and he never forgets to call.
Hi, Mom. Born for your true self. The 2022 Tundra. Toyota. Let's go places.
What if I tell you the easiest way to maximize your tax savings, get bookkeeping done, and having a better financial position in the market is to call 1-800-250-8596. So what are you waiting for? Just pick up the phone and call us now.
Murad will continue. Wide outside the off stump. First loose delivery from Murad. Good start, though, by these two seamers, you would think, for the San Diego Surfriders. Exactly how they would have wanted to start. But for the Hurricanes, a team that's lost a lot of early wickets in the power play, you won't mind this too much, the two experienced members still being there. They were 33 for 3, chasing 190 yesterday. Leading edge again, but very fortunate for Asad Shafiq. He's been dismissed a couple of times like this in the tournament so far. Twice he's been caught on bowled. Yesterday, a leading edge went to Raymond Rifa. Today, luckily for him, doesn't carry, looking to close the bat face.
I think he'll certainly consider himself lucky here. He played the shot. Actually, his head turned away to the onside, just ballooning up to that extra cover. When Houston is in the field, Captain Usman Rafiq fields exactly at that extra cover spot. Had there been a fielder there, he would have been gone.
Another dot delivery, several dots in this inning so far. They strung them together well, the Surfriders.
I agree with you, Nikhil, that this pair will not be bothered in any way by the fact that they're not scoring very quickly. Because, number one, you're not chasing a very big total. And then number two, the power at the back end of Houston's lineup can certainly overcome any challenge towards the end of this innings.
Flicked into the onside, finally off strike, Asad Shafiq. How does he play things here, Brian? Obviously, it's been a nervy start for him in terms of his 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship campaign. Not really any impact with the bat in hand. Just 25 runs in now his fourth innings. He's got to, though, produce for this team. A man that comes in with so much experience, 36 years old, former international player.
Striking it at 28.6, only 2 from 7. I don't think that you want to get to the point where you're bogged down. But you also want to not take any chances or take any risks. You don't want to hurt the cause by eating up too many deliveries. I think the number one thing for him to do is just look for the chances to be able to get those singles.
Good bowling. Good bowling from the Surfriders. Third man in place, just be another single. Kept them quiet so far, the Hurricanes. All of a sudden, that run rate requires sneaking up, inching up, past 8 and over.
Always good to pay attention to that required run rate. It's now up to 8.08. Could be 2 if they run hard here.
Shafiq is a busy player. Asad Shafiq, a very busy player. So he'll back himself to get back there every day of the week. Does that in the end quite successfully. Still 1 delivery remaining in this over. Much more progressive from the Hurricanes in terms of, I think the ante, they have to provide some bit of added impetus, being the more experienced teams in this, experienced pairings, correction, in this team. Another good shot. He's timing it well, Asad Shafiq, but straight to the man. He wants to as well. They're going to get some overthrows. And this is how you can release the pressure. Not necessary at this stage. You don't mind giving up singles. End of the over. Another great one for the Surf Riders, keeping things very tight. 7 from it, 12 for none. This MLC presented by Sunoco, been a fantastic tournament for the 2nd year running. It was a real success how quickly it came together last season, but now with some more time, some more planning, Brian, you can see it really coming into fruition. 27 teams in action all around the country, some in the heat, some in colder conditions, but the main thing is cricket. Cricket at last in this country. Kakani continuing.
Kakani continuing. These two are basically, these two meaning the two openers, Asad Shafiq and Ramiz Raja, making sure that they get settled. But what you don't want to do is just completely go into a shell. So we talked about the required rate earlier. With that dot ball to start this over, the required rate is now up to 8.02. And you also are wanting to make sure, in fact, this is driven down the ground. That might run away down the hill for the first boundary, I believe. Slowing down and just getting there. So hopefully the point that I was making is understood. You don't want to completely go into a shell. You want to keep that asking rate within a certain range that you can accelerate if you need to at the end.
That will help for Ramiz Raja. He's struggled so far at the crease. And not convincing by any means, but of course with mid-on up in the circle, the smaller side, actually the bigger side, but the key was that he got it past mid-on. And on a very quick outfield here at Prairie View, he's able to get a boundary first. Actually, of the innings by the Houston Hurricanes, it's taken a while. Come in the 4th over. At this stage, they're already 31. But remember, they know exactly what they're chasing, know how to construct this run chase. Down the legs, big swing and a miss. Remember, Brian, this tournament, this minor league tournament, the 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship presented by Sunoco, it's sort of a feeder system. You're identifying talent, you're giving exposure to the youth. It's a feeder into next year's Major League, which I expect to take the world by storm.
Yep.
Can't wait for that tournament. Blockbuster coming 2023. Then, of course, the 2024 World Cup in the USA and the West Indies. Exciting times ahead. Again, just clipped off the pad. May have just been leg byes signaled, yes.
Yep.
18 matches played to be played in the USA in 2024. How excited are you for that? To have World Cup cricket, the creme de la creme of cricket in this country.
As a fan, I'm excited because having international cricket being played in this country is a fantastic thing.
Hold on. Only as a fan? What about as an analyst? They've got to get you in, Ryan. They have to get you in. Shafiq picks this up, but there is a deep mid-wicket. So he's connecting with them well, Asad Shafiq. Brian, come on. Not only as a fan, we need you as an analyst.
Okay, as an analyst, it presents an opportunity for me to share the knowledge, the little knowledge that I have. Most importantly, as a person interested in the development long-term of cricket in this country, that is the best way. Hopefully, when you know about the USA Soccer World Cup that happened in the early 90s, that was sort of an impetus to soccer growing in this country. My hope is that cricket will develop in the same way for the same reason.
Putting the face riding it down stylishly, but it's still just a single. This is a much better over, though, for the Hurricanes. The first boundary comes. 7 from it, 19 for none.
What if I tell you the easiest way to maximize your tax savings, get bookkeeping done, and having a better financial position in the market is to call 1-800-250-8596. So what are you waiting for? Just pick up the phone and call us now.
Back in the desert, the Prairie View Cricket Complex. It's actually so fantastic how it's come about, Brian. Hearing the story of this venue, starting from scratch to see how it's built, and now 6 different fields where we can have 5 and 6 matches played at the same time. But built from scratch, people don't know that. Just off the highway, the US 290. But it's really been a fantastic facility, and I think one that has immense potential as cricket continues to grow in this country. They just got to do something about this weather.
I was with you right up until that last piece. The weather is actually very pleasant in March and April, Nikhil.
What are we doing then? The minor leagues got to move up. Of course, for scheduling reasons, you've got to have it in the summer when all the kids at home can tune in, can learn from the greats of the game. Much like Asad Shafiq when he was at the test level. You can see though the sun out in its full form, basking. These players. Just a small hold up in play. Ramiz Raja, he had something fly into his eye. We have seen the bees. We've seen it all in this game, really. A swarm of bees attacking. We've seen immense heat, maybe some dust as well. But a really good start to the innings by the Surf Riders, you have to say. Even though the Hurricanes haven't lost a wicket, they have to be the happier of the two teams, keeping them to just 19 runs. Their slowest start all season.
You're exactly right. At the same time, if I am Usman Rafiq, I'm not bothered by this. I just want to make sure that keeping an eye on that asking rate stays within control.
Really short, but very wide from Murad. First game for Murad in this minor league championship. If you had to pick one thing, Brian, a man that's watched 2 seasons now, what is your favorite thing about this minor league tournament? Obviously a very new, fresh tournament in the USA.
I love the fact that it presents opportunities for youth cricketers. I'll say more after this ball. That's very important.
Just capital for 1.
Youth cricketers have long had sort of a paucity of opportunities to be able to demonstrate that they can play cricket at a high level. And when you can take a young cricketer, you can take, you know, somebody like a Karthik Gatapale, who is a great cricketer in his own right, but put it together with the big boys, realizes that he can hold his own in that type of an environment. You know, it makes such a difference to be able to scramble and put those guys in to have the opportunity.
Straight up, and could be the first wicket, should be the first wicket. The bowler takes it, calls it in the end. And Murad has bowled a really good spell and deserves that wicket. The struggle continues in this minor league for Asad Shafiq. Another cotton ball dismissal, his 3rd of the tournament in 4 games.
Just maybe the pressure was getting to him just a little bit too much. I mentioned that the Houston outfit would not have been too bothered by the slow start, but obviously it was bothering Shafiq. 7 off 11 just ends up skying a pretty simple catch.
You can see there, again, closing that bat face, looking to work the ball into the onside. And an easy catch in the end. 2 fielders called it, the bowler was 1. Murad took the catch. He's worked hard, Murad, in his first game. Shafiq, disappointing, run continues. He's gone for 7. They lose their first at 21 for 1. My, oh my. The X Factor, Ashley Nurse. What a promotion this is. Batting at number 3. Haven't seen him here throughout this tournament in the last 2 seasons. This is a interesting move, and I wonder if it's just that slow start that they have. 21 for 1. They need to go at 8 runs and over. What I like about this move, it gives Nurse time gives him time to get in and then play those big shots we're used to seeing.
Nikhil, everything that you just said in the last 20 seconds is verbatim what you said yesterday afternoon when we had this conversation. My question was whether or not Ashley Nurse was going to be able to handle the new ball, the moving new ball. You said he just needed time in the middle and he would be able to grab the game by the scruff of the neck. You know he's a big hitter. You know he's a powerful striker of the ball. But being able to come in at this stage to be able to offer some impetus to this run chase is going to be something to behold.
So I find so interesting as Ashley Nurse comes to the crease, Brian. You look at his, obviously, West Indies career. This is the wicket of the demise of Asad Shafiq. Again, good delivery, angled at the body. Just off the leading edge, an easy catch for Murad in the end. Ball was swirling, went pretty high, and big wicket for the Surf Riders who have worked hard. They've deserved that wicket. Nurse now, first delivery for him. Interesting to see the approach and how he battles in the hot sun, in the hot heat in Texas. Off the inside edge. Be a single. Something I find so interesting, you look at the career of Ashley Nurse. In his 8 T20 international innings, obviously would have played a lot more in the CPL and other T20 tournaments. 6 not outs. He's so good at finishing the innings off 4 teams. He averaged 42 because of it. Only dismissed twice in his T20 international career. Obviously over 50-odd one-day internationals. But he's different role for Nurse today at number 3. Good slower delivery by Murad. Nurse finally gets off the mark.
Well, you did not expect him to come in blazing, but the fact that he's able to take some time to get settled, I think, holds the chances for the Houston Hurricanes to go on and win this game in good stead, because there's a confidence that is sort of going through the Houston's bench right now, because you know that somebody with the ability of Ashley Nurse is still there. Yes, he can close an innings. He can close that out strong. That's a role he's always played. But if he has the opportunity to build from here and then take it deep into the innings, that will also be to their benefit.
Drew the keeper. Costly. Drew the keeper. Is going to be extras. There's going to be 5 wides after all the pressure was put on by Murad. Big let-off for the Hurricanes. That will help their cause massively. You can see the approach, though. He's trying to just get the ball at the body of these 2 batters, but keeper really should do better there.
Well, that does have the opportunity to release some of the pressure that was being built. So already 9 runs from this over, including that 5 that just scored. And then, of course, it should have been the end of the over. But this next bonus run, this bonus ball rather, has to be bowled.
Again, another delivery down the leg side. I'll tell you why this decision by the Hurricanes to send Nurse at 3 surprised me even more. Because the fact that they've opened the batting with Asad Shafiq, you look at Shafiq, Raja, and Nurse as 3 of the more experienced players in this Hurricanes lineup. I'm really shocked that they've gone for the top 3 to be them, which now puts a lot of pressure on Rafiq, but maybe they've seen enough from Matthew Trump, the young man who got 44 and 28 deliveries yesterday, not out. If they have enough confidence in his finishing ability, as another wide is bowled by Murad, not doing themselves any favors, I can tell you. You don't want to bowl any extra deliveries in this heat. Now up to 9 deliveries bowled in the over.
That strategy to have your experience, all of your experience in the top 3, sort of has the effect of putting, maybe pressure is not too strong a word, on this pair to take the game deep. This pair has to take the game at least into the 12th or 13th over.
Full delivery and gets away with it. Murad, Raja should have really put that away by his standards. He'd be disappointed he missed out. But an eventful over comes to an end. Murad has got his man. End of 5, 30 for 1. So the dugout for the Houston Hurricanes, center of screen. Mangesh Chowdhury, one of the pioneers behind cricket here at the Prairie View Cricket Complex with the home team, of course, the Houston Hurricanes. But what he's done for cricket in this side of the USA, it's been fantastic. To build these 6 facilities, have an instrumental part in building these 6 fields. On the left of screen, been fantastic, and he deserves a lot of credit for the product that's been able to put on here in this holiday weekend.
It's a tremendous effort by Mangesh Chowdhury. Mangesh, very well known here in the Houston area. And I can tell you he pours his heart and his soul into these several acres of land that has developed into one of the best cricketing facilities in the country.
So there's going to be a change in bowling for the Surf Riders. Tondale comes in. Raja has been very quiet. It's been an uncharacteristic innings from him. Ashley Nurse continuing to get the singles. It's an approach I thought we would see yesterday from Nurse. Of course, though, he had to be cognizant of the fact that they were chasing 190. When he came in, I thought, because he came in so early, with the score at 41 for 4, I thought he may have just looked to push it around, but he couldn't help himself to attack the spin. Got up to 17, but then gave it away. Looking to play one too many, so interesting to see how he changes that approach. Remember, the required rate is less than 8 runs and over, very manageable, but as you said and perfectly outlined, this 2 at the crease will be very interesting and very important to the chances of the Hurricanes. If they come back to the 10th, even 12th over, they're in a comfortable position to win this game, you would think.
That is the key for the rest of this innings. It's also going to be interesting to see exactly how Adnesh Tondale continues what has so far been a relatively economical over. Just a single and 2 dot balls to start his spell.
This time cut, an over point. It's going to be a boundary. Ramiz Raja needed that. He's been very quiet, but he's batting responsibly, staying there for his team, the vice captain.
Well, Tondale that time losing the plot. Short, wide, 4. Here's the delivery. Short, maybe almost looked like he was trying to bowl a leg cutter on that occasion, looking at the replay, but just well too wide, and somebody like Ramiz Raja is not going to miss out on that scoring opportunity.
It will help because of Ramiz Raja. Prior to that, 11 from 19. The main thing is still battling through adversity for his team. Do see these innings quite a number of times where batters quite middle it early on. The key is all about how they recover. I keep referencing that example of Unmuk Chan in the very first game of this Toyota Minor League Championship. He was 29 and 31 and finished with 94 from 65 balls. Because he was there for so long, he built a platform and then was really able to launch in the last 5 overs. They don't need that today. They're batting second. They know they only need 148 for victory.
That's exactly right. So only another 113 to go. The required rate now under 8.
It's bat and it's gone. And Raja, all the hard work going through the door. It's a good catch by the keeper. And Adnesh Tondale able to get his man, gets the outside edge of Ramiz Raja.
Good line, good length, just in that off-stump line. Kissing the outside edge, Tondale delivering a perfect delivery. And here's looking at the replay. Just a tentative poke carrying through to the keeper. Ramiz Raja hangs his head. Tondale has his man.
Just trying to be a bit too cheeky. Ramiz Raja finds the keeper, so he's got to depart after a hard, painstaking innings by his standards. He's had to work hard for that 15. 35 for 2 after 6. Keenan Nambalkar comes to the middle. The man that was left out of the team yesterday, today they went for the extra batter. More early, had a good performance against Nepal in that warm-up game for that Cricket World Cup League 2. Nepal would have played the Hurricanes. Nambalkar got a half century, so has made runs against formidable opposition. Boy, do they need him today more than ever. Just someone to spend time. They need to build a partnership. And it's actually something that the Surf Riders did really well when they were batting.
I have to tell you, worrying signs for the Houston Hurricanes. I mentioned that partnership with all the experienced, the three most experienced members of the lineup coming in at 1, 2, and 3. You'd want to make sure that at least 2 of those 3 take the game deep. At this point, it's going to be very challenging because something else bad happens here, then potential trouble.
Punching that well in the gap as well. Ashley Nurse wants to, but smartly opting against. Can't afford any more wickets at this stage. Have to make them work, the Surf Riders. Samson Bhatti into the attack.
Yes, covering legs up.
Double change for the Surf Riders. Here it is again. He had just previously cut one for 4 over point. Now looking to run this one down to third man. Just got the outside edge. Big wicket for Tondale in his first over, but also a wicket for the Surf Riders, the second that they so desired.
Wide ball.
Have to rebut that one. I made the point just now about the partnerships, Brian. You look at the partnerships, even though no one got a big substantial half century, 39, 22, 22, 35, and 25 in the Surf Riders partnership is why they were able to construct and get themselves up to 147, which is looking so far like a good total.
It's looking like a good total, but I have to say it's almost because Houston is making it look like a good total.
Has to be careful outside it. That off stump Nambalkar.
Well, the ball before that was very wide and almost landing off of the strip. This one is exactly where Nambalkar wants the ball. Looking at the replay again, here it is. Well, here's the ball before, very wide, almost off of the strip completely. And then the next delivery, what a perfect follow-up, just on that off-stump line and dancing away from the batter.
Yeah, he's fortunate because an inch to the left would have meant a no ball.
Yep.
It doesn't bounce on the pitch itself. But you can see the intent by Bhatti. He has this short third fielder as well. Point, extra cover, a deep cover on the boundary because it is. He's bowling that line, so wants to have the bit of added cushion. The 4 options used, the seam options have looked good.
Oh, goodness.
Well played, well cut. Don't think he'll run away to the boundary. Should just stop short.
And just for a moment, don't know if the camera would catch it, but we had the shot of 2 cricket balls on the field at the same time, because from the adjoining field immediately to our east, one of the longest hits that ended up almost going into the 30-yard circle on our ground. So just the 2 balls ended up being around 10 or so yards away from each other. That would have been interesting.
Samson Bhatti, just a good start from him. Just 4 runs conceded. Even bowling to the hard-hitting Ashley Nurse. They've kept him quiet so far. It's a measured approach. The face again, likes that shot down to third man, likes to score behind square. Nambalkar. It's going to be a true test of Ashley Nurse's patience though, especially the fact that they've lost 2 early wickets.
For him,
he's going to be tempted to go at some stage, but he's got to make sure he's there, taking this game deep. Someone has got to put their hand up in the top order.
Ashley Nurse, naturally a very aggressive player, and when he comes in, usually in the 12th, 13th, or 14th over, he has full license. His role is a little bit different here, so he has to play within himself.
Stumps again. Just be a single, but a really good start for Samson Batty. End of his first over, 6 runs from it. 41 for 2.
Oh no, after 1 over. After 1 over.
Yesterday against the Silicon Valley Strikers, the Hurricanes, the top 5, 36 runs total between them. Today, a similar story. The 2 openers unable to get off to a substantial start. Nurse in at number 3. Real difference in approach by the Hurricanes, searching for that 148 needed for victory, needed to pick up their 2nd victory in this 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship.
This will be interesting. Nurse, as you mentioned, has to stay within himself. The role that he's played in the past almost dictated that he came in looking to score quickly. Now the objective is to score probably around a 100 strike rate, but not to get out. And spin into the attack. We mentioned the aforementioned Nikhil Dutta, who is an experienced spinner, but he is, interestingly and importantly enough, an off spinner. So he will be turning the ball into Ashley Nurse. Does Ashley Nurse look to target the deep fielders down here, long on, long off, and mid wicket?
Good strategy as well, because it's the bigger side. Nurse will have to pull into the big onside region. He does have obviously the 3 fielders in the deep on the onside. A very straight square leg, a deep mid wicket, and then a long on fielder. 2 edges of your screen. So Nikhil Dutta into the attack. Full toss, and does it have enough? It doesn't, and it's held on. The first delivery of spin inflicts the wicket of Ashley Nurse. He can't believe it, he's shell-shocked. But the Surf Riders know the importance of that wicket. And it's the big man. The plan to come at number 3 doesn't work, and the top order struggles continue for the Houston Hurricanes.
Now the Hurricanes are well and truly in trouble. Full toss. Ashley Nurse just going for the big hit, not getting enough of it. And the simple catch taken down here at long on. Ashley Nurse dejectedly walks off.
He can't believe it. Nurse, he's got to go though. Full toss getting his wicket, and he's gone for 4. The Houston Hurricanes now slumped to 41 for 3, and in real problems of chasing down this 148. Out comes Suckling Hyder, doing a pretty subpar tournament for him. A man that won a lot of games for the Houston Hurricanes last season. Suckling Hyder comes in at number 5. The top order struggles continue for the Hurricanes. Mentioned yesterday, no one in the top 5 was able to get past
Lefty.
15 runs, just 36 total runs by the top 5. Today, Brian, they continue. What's going wrong with this Hurricanes batting lineup?
I do not know. Maybe a little bit easier to call this after the fact, but maybe you should have just gone with a more conventional approach and kept your power hitters where they ordinarily are. Keep Ashley Nurse coming in somewhere around 5 or 6. Then you have the Matthew Trumps and the Usman Rafiq himself. You have those people coming in to close things out.
Got to disagree with you there, Brian. I like the move to send Nurse because of the fact that you saw Trump yesterday. Scored at 44 not out from just 28 deliveries in a losing cause. But it's just the execution. Ashley Nurse, full toss. You expect to put that out the ground every day of the week. Somehow just hits the bottom of the bat. Easy catch taken in the end. This time could be another one. Just over square leg. Very fortunate for Suckling Hyder, and they'll get into the boundary as well.
Almost.
Ananta Raju is the one man you don't want to hit any ball to because he's the tallest on the field by a long way.
Wow. Just a matter of feet away from the outstretched hand of that fielder's short fine leg, just over his head, and then running away down the line or down the boundary for 4. Fortuitous way for Suckling Hyder to get off the mark.
If you're new to Suckling Hyder, those shots behind square, the small dinks, the sweeps, the reverse sweeps, the switch hits, expect all of that. I haven't seen many players in the game who are so effective at playing behind square. But T20 cricket, of course, is a developing game. We're seeing batters of all different kinds come to the fore in the modern day. So look for a lot of those cheeky pinches and touches behind square.
Bowling in.
Front of square, and he's going to come back for 2 as well.
Back up.
Good impetus being shown. Even though Yasu lost 3 wickets, this game is far from over. Have to take it over by over if you're the Hurricanes.
Certainly have to take it over by over, and then with an eye toward the required run rate. It is now 8.3.
Throw.
They have to hurry. Luckily for them, doesn't pick up cleanly, the fielder. Hurricanes could have been in some more trouble had he picked up cleanly, but a great first over for Dutta because he's got the crucial wicket of Ashley Nurse. End of 8, 48 for 3.
What if I tell you the easiest way to maximize your tax savings, get bookkeeping done, and having a better financial position in the market is to call 1-800-250-8596. So what are you waiting for? Just pick up the phone and call us now.
So back live, and in this MLC presented by Sunoco. Wouldn't be possible without the global reach of the game, and that's been majorly because of Toyota. Having them as title sponsors on board for the 2nd season running, it's been truly fantastic. I can tell you, someone needs to stand up like firmly like a Toyota Tundra, Brian. They desperately need something, the Houston Hurricanes. Otherwise, they could be staring down the barrel of 1 win and 3 defeats at home. Remember, Prairie View, the home of the Hurricanes. They asked the question, but apparently not interested.
You do not want that if you are the Houston Hurricanes, because you want to make sure that you, at minimum, defend your home turf. And then in the context of the overall series, here's a ball pitching, I would say, outside leg and then bouncing over the top. So not much going for that appeal. But
the slower delivery pays off. I'm able to pick it. So been a slow going so far in this innings by the Hurricanes.
see on this replay, it's almost like a little off cutter from over the wicket.
Just 18 runs scored in the last 4 overs, and it's been down to fantastic bowling and good captaincy from Greg Hay as well.
Well, keeping an eye on where you need to be. 99 more runs needed if you are the Houston Hurricanes to be able to overhaul this total. And you have to do it scoring at the rate of 8.61. They're currently scoring at the rate of 5.76. So they do have some work to do to get caught up.
Down the track, trying to kickstart this innings. They have to find a way to find the boundaries with that required rate getting to close to 9 and over now. One thing.
50 up for Houston. A slight psychological advantage as we see the captain, Greg Hay, really led the troops just admirably well, and even defending a subpar total, has his team on top at least here in the first several overs of the Houston Hurricanes chase.
Delicate by Hyder, but can't pierce that gap. The one thing I'll say about Hayes' leadership, you look at these overs bowled, 9 so far by the San Diego Surf Riders. Remember, in search of their first win, they have not conceded more than 1 boundary in any of the first 9 overs. It tells you of a disciplined bowling unit. You mentioned with just 147 on the board, they had to be ready. They came out firing just 5 from the first 2 overs. I've been mightily impressed with the approach I've seen from Hay and his men. As the 50 comes up in this over, very slow going so far, 51 for 3.
Helmet, Devan.
What tells you all you need to know, the red line, way under the blue. Brian?
If you're Houston, you have some work to do. We've spoken about the fact that the power of Houston's lineup is towards the back end. So you expect that that red worm will approach the blue worm at some point. But there is one huge wicket that has already been taken, that of Ashley Nurse, one who you would have been counting on. And now you're looking to make sure that you don't leave too much for the captain himself, Usman Rafiq, and Matthew Trump to come on and do later on.
Nikhil Dutta, the man that was able to get the wicket of Nurse in the last over, just seemed to have a small break in play because of a slight injury. So just getting some treatment to that right leg. It looks like Shri Krishna Antaraju. That's why we have this small break in play. So keeping things very tight, less than a run a ball. Saqlain Hyder's faced 10 deliveries now. He's come to the crease at number 5. And it's because of this. Ashley Nurse, the big man, sent in at number 3. A full toss, very first delivery from Nikhil Dutta. And it just dipped on him at the last minute. And you see, knew right away he didn't get out the middle of the bat. And that is a big straight boundary. Well held on in the end by the long on fielder. So.
But you know how much it means to Ashley Nurse, because you saw how dejected he was when he realized that his day with the bat was done.
Brian, I can tell you, as a fellow Barbadian, Ashley Nurse has told me he has aspirations of scoring 100 in this 2020 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship. Switch hit comes out. He's so good at this, Saqlain Hyder, and the fielder won't be able to cut it off. This man is a master at hitting the ball square and behind square.
Well, you've said several times now that he's a master of those glides and reverse sweeps. Here is the first one. In fact, this is less of a reverse sweep and more of a switch hit. Once it cleared that man who is at backward point, running away down the boundary for 4. So that potentially changes the thinking of Greg Hay, because all of a sudden now he's going to have to accommodate for that.
Much better delivery. Have to hurry and get there quite comfortably in the end. What I know it'll frustrate him even more, Nurse. I know we're harping on it, but yesterday, coming in at 41 for 4, he identified that as a real opportunity for him to get a half century and take the game deep. He knows and has confidence in what's to come. The likes of Rafiq and Trump, who showed that they can hit the ball. He knew if he took the game deep, they got to 157. That could have been a completely different game. But again, for him, a disappointing showing. Batting at number 3, you can see he's very angry with himself. But he's got to go back to the drawing board.
Stay inside.
A couple of starts in this tournament, but
that is long boundary.
Hasn't really quite come up the blocks firing. And that's been a story for a lot of these Houston Hurricanes batters, especially in the top 5. Ramiz Raj Jr., Asad Shafiq, who comes in with such a big reputation. No one has been able to take a firm stamp, a firm authority on this tournament. This is good bowling from Dutta into the pitch. Very hard to score. Hit for the boundary first delivery, but since then he's pulled the length back. It's been difficult to score from.
But I do have to say though, Nikhil, in this over specifically, 9 runs from this over so far with 2 balls to come. All of a sudden, Houston appears to have much more of a sense of urgency, and they're looking to make sure that they can start pushing toward what they hope will be the second victory of the year for them.
I can tell you, Brian, a win from here is very far away, because 60 for 3, you still need 88 more runs for victory. What is something that I think will resonate in the back of their minds, the Hurricanes, is yesterday, Matthew Trump and Usman Rafiq, the 2 that are still left in the shed for the Hurricanes, put on a 64-run partnership in no time to get them up to a respectable total. The perfect remedy of attack and defense between those 2. They're both still to come. So the Hurricanes will know that they're in with a chance if they can build a partnership. End of 10, the halfway stage, 61 for 3.
Let's go, guys.
5 options used for the Surf Riders. The key, though, you look at the 2 teams at this stage, they were 72 for 2. The San Diego Surf Riders with the bat in hand. The Hurricanes have lost 1 more wicket and also 11 less runs. Brian, who's your money on?
Again, given stipulated that I'm not a betting man, I don't think this game is as far out of reach as you seem to think. 8.7 runs and over is not easy, but it's not out of reach.
Hold on, Brian. How do you know what I'm thinking? Are you in my mind?
you just said this becomes much more difficult.
Brian, you're trying to read my mind. You're not in my mind.
Usman Rafiq, Matthew Trump, Saqlain Hayter. Those 3 are going to make sure that this game comes down to the wire. That's just the feeling I have. I'm not ready to call a winner just yet, though.
Should also, the viewers at home should know, Brian is from Houston, and I have San Diego roots because they surf in San Diego. They also surf in Barbados. But this game well poised. Well poised, very hard to pick a winner with 10 overs remaining. Still 86 runs to win, but as you rightfully mentioned, it's not out of reach. At just 8.5 runs per over, you think about the power to come. No sense having all that power when you don't have anybody in the top order being able to build a platform for you.
The most important thing for Houston here is just to make sure that the scoreboard keeps ticking over. No dot balls. You can take the singles when they're offered to you. Just do whatever you can. If you have the opportunity to reverse sweep and get 1 over the infield, you can do that. But just keep scoring.
One thing this San Diego Surf Riders team, one thing that's will impact them is the absence of Marty Kane. Now remember, the USA international team going over to Namibia and Zimbabwe for the T20 World Cup qualifiers. A lot of these teams in this tournament would have lost players, but Marty Kane, the influence that he has on this Surf Riders team, has meant that Greg Hay has had to step up in his place. Another quick single. But Brian, you think of the impact that Kane was able to have. Greg Hayes now had to stand up in his place, but they have a good relationship, those two. And Marty Kane, even in Namibia, very active in the planning for this San Diego Surf Riders team. They outfoxed Sami Aslam last week against the Grizzlies, and he messaged me straight away and said that was the plan. So good to see that he's still engaged, but such an important member. It's why he's actually in that international team, because of his great performances for the Surf Riders.
That is good to see that he's that much more that much interested in the progression of his team. I think obviously there's a pretty big hole in your lineup when you lose a Marty Kane. And Greg Hayes is a great batter in and of himself. Whether or not he has the ability to lead his team the way that Marty Kane does is, I guess, a different question. But they've used their bowlers thus far very well. Greg has done a really good job moving the bowling around and making sure everything happens. This is guided down to third man. So the bowling, nobody has really been expensive. And if you see the overall run rate, it's 6.19. In fact, with the single now, it is now 6.28. So the overall run rate is exactly what you want if you're San Diego. And the more that you keep the run rate in that range, then the more the required rate increases. The required rate now up to 8.68. So overall, great bowling.
On the leg side. Run out chance. They threw to the wrong end, but they almost were next to each other, the two batters. Nimbalkar wanted the single. Hyder was not interested, turned his back on him. Very interesting. Had the keeper been cognizant of that and threw to the bowler's end, would have been a fourth wicket for the Surf Riders. Fortunate times for these two in the middle. Partnership developing nicely at this stage. The biggest of the innings, worth 26 between these two. It's been much because of the impetus brought by Saqlain Hyder. Look how much he walks down, brushes the pad, a good stop by the keeper. And then Balka wanted the single, but definitely not on because the keeper made that stop. He's busy in his crease, Saqlain Hyder at the moment. Much better length this time, forcing him back. Ends the over. Another good one for San Diego Surf Riders. End of 11, 67 for 3.
What if I tell you the easiest way to maximize your tax savings, get bookkeeping done, and having a better financial position in the market is to call 1-800-250-8596. So what are you waiting for? Just pick up the phone and call us now.
This 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship presented by Sunoco, of course. Great to have those two corporate partners on board, but also DAFA News, the official sponsor of this tournament. Check out all the latest global sporting news, all the roundups from the action in the minor league. Don't miss it on DAFA News. It's great to have them, such a big platform. That's a wicket. Datta's got his second. Too close to cut. And Nimbalkar, the partnership which was developing so nicely, he's got to depart. Disappointed with that, Nina Nimbalkar.
Nimbalkar committing the cardinal sin, going back, trying to cut a ball that was too full and too close. Here's the replay, looking, that one flicked out of the front of his arm, coming back in, and in fact, he chopped it onto his off stump. So he'll be desperately upset with that.
Nimbalkar gone for 12, 67 for 4. The captain, Usman Rafiq, walks to the middle. Interesting that they still have Munir Chowdhury, who's opened the batting in this tournament, as well as Gaurav Bajaj, who batted at number 4 in the last 2 games. Rafiq, though, I like this. First, he backed himself with the ball. Got a great 42 yesterday in just 26 deliveries. Part of that 64-run 7th wicket partnership with Matthew Trump. He's come early, looking to win this game.
That same phrase, cometh the hour, cometh the man. This is time for the captain to stand up and be counted. Absolute everything in on the line here for the Houston Hurricanes. And Usman Rafiq with that required rate now up to over 9. It's at 9.17. He's going to have to start taking control of the proceedings and stamping his authority on the game.
A serious stare on the face of Usman Rafiq. He's very serious about his team's performance. You can just sense the disappointment on his face yesterday after the game. Yes, he was part of a good partnership, was good with the bat as well. But it just looked, he was so upset that his team didn't get over the line. Nimbalkar looking to cut way too close and then onto the body. Awkward. Just hits the one stump. Sometimes that's how it goes in this game of cricket. Could have easily gone past the off stump.
It's the inward motion, the inward movement of that ball that actually made the wicket possible. Flicked out of the front of his hand. Flicked out of the front of his hand by Dutta. And just darting inward. A little bit too much work to have to overcome, given the fact that he went back to a full ball and a ball that was too close to him.
Again the switch hit, and again behind square and more runs. Won't go for 4, but just be a single, but you're seeing clearly the intent. And why he's doing that so often is because you look at the smaller side. Saqlain Haider trying to attack. Using those square boundaries. So good, he's made a living, Brian, because he's done that over the years, Saqlain Haider. We've had an opportunity, Saqlain Haider, to play with Rakeem Cornwall in some local cricket here in Houston, and I've spoken to him about just the impact having such a dangerous player at the other end, how much he's learned from Cornwall, but also Cornwall was very impressed with Haider himself and what he's able to bring to the table. Seeing a lot of these modern day players. Another sweep. All these sweeps and reverse sweeps, switch hits, dinks. Brian, a couple of years ago, these things were non-existent in our game.
It's a measure of the innovative nature of the T20 game, where these batters can figure out ways and devise strategies to move the field around and to maneuver the bowling the ways that they want that will help them.
Another single, but Usman Rafiq underway, the captain of this Hurricanes lineup. End of 12, 72 for 4.
वक्त आ गया है लक्ष्मी बासमती राइस को घर लाने का। लक्ष्मी एक्स्ट्रा लॉन्ग बासमती राइस। इसका हर दाना हो इतना लंबा, पकते हुए महके और प्लेट पे क्या खूब खिले।
हाँ, तेरे घर लाने का। My son, he's so soft-spoken. Everyone says he's so good-looking, and he never forgets to call.
Hi, Mom. Born for your true self. The 2022 Tundra. Toyota. Let's go places.
The two in the middle for the Hurricanes, Rafiq and Saqlain Haider. I wanted to see Saqlain Haider have a bit more responsibility for this Hurricanes team, Brian. You would have known from last year. He's a man that was so crucial to their chances. With the bat in hand, won a lot of games for them. Many will remember that last ball 6 he hit, a switch hit against the Mustangs to win them that game.
The slight difference as compared to last year is that he batted maybe with a certain amount of carefree element to his innings, because for the most part there was almost always one other big hitter behind him. In this case, you have Matthew Trump, yes, but between Haider and Usman Rafiq, you get the sense that the majority of the runs that need to be scored have to come from this partnership.
Tondale continuing. So Samson Bhatti 3 overs for 15 runs out of the attack. Kind of surprised given how well Bhatti bowled in those 3 overs. The youngster Tondale was given one early and was able to get the first wicket. Second wicket correction and the big one of Ramiz Raja.
Certainly was a big wicket. Tondale, I don't know necessarily that his primary role is to be a strike bowler. He just needs to try to keep things tight.
So has 1 over from Bhatti, 1 over from Murad as well. Both were excellent. And 1 over from Nikhil Dutta. We mentioned his all-round play in this tournament. Came into this game with 87 runs. Leading run scorer for this San Diego Surf Riders team. 118 runs now in the tournament, as well as the 2 wickets, first wickets for him in this tournament today. He took the big one of Ashley Nurse. Well, Rafiq's seen enough. He goes straight, but could pick out the man and does pick out the man. The Houston Hurricanes captain is gone. 42 yesterday from 26. This one goes straight to the fielder. That's the harsh game of cricket.
Boy, a blow to the solar plexus of the Houston Hurricanes. Captain looking to accelerate. Ball moving slightly in off the seam. And Captain Usman Rafiq only holding out to that fielder in the deep, down that long on. He departs. His day is done. 4 from 5.
74 for 5 now. The Hurricanes in deep, deep waters. Smart bowling though from the San Diego Surf Riders, as Matthew Trump, the standout of this tournament, probably the star for the Houston Hurricanes, with both bat and ball, walks to the middle.
I mean, this is not easy wicket either.
44 from 28 deliveries, not out yesterday. They need that and much more from him. He's shown that he can power the ball to all parts, and a very good player of seam as well, able to attack the faster bowlers, which we have seen on display for the San Diego Surf Riders, but they've got a different challenge bowling to the young man. It's smart bowling though, Brian, by the Surf Riders, going length, knowing Rafiq is going to take it on to that big straight boundary. Good catch, easy catch in the end.
The easy, straightforward catch. Usman Rafiq showing, I think, that the pressure was building, not just in the context of this game, but so far the way the season has developed.
Right arm over, 3 balls to come.
A good battle of the youngsters. The youth taking over this cricket in this 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship. Adnish Tondale, second over, second impact he's had in this game. Short spells, short bursts used by the captain. And also I want to credit the young man, because trust me, I've tried this game of cricket, haven't been very good at it. It's very difficult to come in and bowl 1 over spells. You don't get in any sort of rhythm.
Yep.
You stand in the field for a long time, you get cold. Tondale's been on the money.
Well, he might be many things. He's not cold today, I can tell you that.
Well, I meant more internally, you know, you lose that warmth.
There is nothing about anything on anyone on this field right now that is cold. I can guarantee you that.
Man, Brian, you and the production team are extremely, y'all are hard on me, man, honestly. In this heat, the brain doesn't work as well sometimes. You can see there, they have the luxury of the tent and a nice cool breeze. Tondale and the others don't. Another attempt at that switch hit. Wow. Suckling Haider, you can see he's really trying to use the dimensions of this field, but he can't connect there. A wicket coming in the over. The San Diego Surf Riders are marching their way on to their first win in this tournament, 75 for 5. Two wickets taken in the last 3 overs for the San Diego Surf Riders, and just when a partnership is beginning to form between Ninad Nimbalkar and Saklin Haider, who's still at the crease. Dutta was able to strike. And then in the very next over, Usman Rafiq holding out, and all of a sudden going the wrong direction, that red worm.
Red worm certainly snaking, forget the pun, in the wrong direction for the Houston Hurricanes.
That's off. Thank you.
And you do not want to see, if you're Houston Hurricanes fan, any room starting to develop between those two worms. But unfortunately for them, the Houston Hurricanes, they're now facing down the barrel of 10.43 runs and over to win this game.
It's going to be a change in ends for Murad, who opened the bowling from the northern end. Now going to go from this highway end, his final over. He's picked up 1 wicket as well. Have to rebowl that one. I am surprised though. I have to say I'm surprised. Yes, you want to ensure that you have overs towards the back end of the innings to ensure you, if the game goes down tight. But Brian, Nikhil Dutta, 3 overs, 2 for 22. Opting Greg Hay to save that 1 over for later down. I want to go for the kill if I'm the captain. Be aggressive. Especially that he just got a wicket in his last over. Great Yorker though by Murad. Your take?
It's hard to argue with you. The argument that I would pose is that if it starts, if there's an over, let's say over number 17 or over number 16 goes for 18, 20 runs, and then you want the opportunity to pull things back at a specific point in time, you want to have that 1 over in your back pocket from your best spinner. But I completely agree with you that part of the mentality could be, let's go for the kill, let's finish him off here, in which case you bring back your spinner for his final over. Having said that, it's much more difficult to do that with a spinner than with a pacer.
Well, that struck him pretty in the chest. That's going to hurt. Yeah, just rushed onto him and more upset that he missed out there, not studying the blow. Murad, not the quickest by any means, but he's bowling a good length, which has been very hard to score from. Pushing the ball across Haider, and struck him very high on that body, close to the neck region. You can see where he's targeting though, loves that leg side option. Trump continues to be very busy at the crease, likes to move around, toy with the bowler. I think he's got to get back on ball first, got to ensure he can get in. Good bowling though to follow him. Good bowling by Murad in his first game. This is a top spell. Again, slower delivery. They asked for the question. They were confident, but the umpire unmoved. I think bat hit the ground there. Into Trump, again advancing down the track. You see Trump again coming down the track, trying to get close. Yeah, definitely seemed like the bat hit the ground. Oh, look at this from Trump. Misses out, but an innovation again. He won't get the wide. He tried to go down on one knee and tried to just hit it over the keeper. We saw it yesterday against Raymond Rifa, the left arm seamer. A couple of deliveries, Matthew Trump went over the keeper's head and got the boundary. This is good bowling though by Murad, sticking within his plans, not getting too flustered by what's going on with the batter.
Great bowling. It takes a tremendous amount of skill to hold your nerve in the face of the batter, moving around, switch hitting, looking to reverse sweep. Just focus on what you need to do and then just follow him when you need to with the ball. Just tremendous bowling here by the strike bowler for the San Diego Surf Riders.
Another single, really good spell by Murad in his first game for the San Diego Surf Riders. It'll just be one, and he'll continue to finish his spell. A very valuable one. 22 runs and a wicket. 79 for 5.
Yo, Ryan! White one! Ryan!
So the thinking for Greg here, the captain, to do 69 needed off 6 is going to take a big effort from the Hurricanes. Suckling, how do you think, Brian? He's very important to this run chase now. 18 from 20. He's been there for a long time, well set. Has tried to play his natural game in terms of trying to attack square with those switch hits. Hasn't really connected and executed as well as he would have liked.
I agree with you, and of course at the other end is the youngster Matthew Trump. 44 runs that he scored last night were impressive, but effectively those 44 runs were scored after the match had already been decided. It's almost like it was a, it was almost a consolation prize that he was able to get those runs at the end, because the result had already effectively been decided. He's now going to be asked, or is being asked, to score a similar type or play a similar type of innings exactly in the position where his team needs it the most. I don't know that he's been in this position as many times before. Let's see if he can stand up to the challenge.
What about this from the captain? Goes to new bowler. Seeing the advantages of seam, Batty comes back into the attack. So new in the sense that Samson Batty was out of the attack for a while. Hadn't bowled since the 11th over. And also the last 4 overs, Brian, have only conceded 18 runs. Likes to angle that ball away, Samson Batty. Trump coming a long way outside the off stump, trying to get as close as possible. I can tell you why it's good bowling as well by Batty and by extension the Surf Riders. Because he's pushing the ball wide outside the off stump, whether to the right or left-hander. Especially when he's bowling to the right-handers, like Trump. And early on, of course, Nimbalkar. He's been able to force them now to hit into the bigger side. You don't get any easy options in the leg side, so a different challenge now to Haider, who likes to be play square of the wicket. You could sort of, if you're going into the pitch, play right into his hands and what he's trying to do and achieve. 2 fielders on the leg side boundary for Suckling Haider. He's on the track again. Drives it, but doesn't time it well. Just be a single. As much as he wants to, that won't be on.
Back up!
The required rate now for Houston is up above 12. It's now 12.18, which means effectively they need to score 2 runs off of every ball the rest of this innings as a minimum, at a minimum. So that is a tremendous hill to climb. Remember that Usman Rafiq and Ashley Nurse, your 2 biggest hitters. There you see the dejected group of Houston Hurricanes supporters and players.
Goes straight, Trump. But there is a long off in place. They had that extra cover fielder. Haider's coming back for 2. Has to hurry, Trump. Lucky for him. Very lucky that the throw was slow to come in at the keeper's end. Haider, good impetus though by him. Yes, he struggled to find his timing, but he's in the middle and fighting, battling for this team. He was really the main reason they came back for 2.
I think they both need to take the responsibility here. Again, you're not going to necessarily do anything to be too reckless. So here you see the replay.
As soon as Haider touched for the first, he knew right away he would get back running to the danger end. It was for Trump to use those big strides. I think delivered by Batty. You look at this over in the scheme of things with that required rate now past 12 and over. Just 4 runs conceded from the first 5. They have to go boundary here, the Hurricanes.
How are you going to manufacture a boundary if you are Matthew Trump. Looking around, there's a deep square leg, deep mid-wicket. It would seem that anything in the area of third man would be your best option toward us here.
Goes flat, but it will just be a single. There is a cover in place. He's come back for two. Have to hurry, Suckling Hyder. Better throw. He could have been in serious trouble. Those are the risks you have to take at this stage of the game, needing 2 runs a ball. It was a good pickup, could have been a better throw, but also had to go to the ball, Samson Batty. And in the end, good awareness by Suckling Hyder. Ends the over, getting down to the business end. 5 remain, 85 for 5.
1, 2, 3.
What's up, Doug? What got into you?
At Sunoco, we know how to fuel peak performance. Fuel your best.
Suckling Hyder, so important to this run chase. He's still there, and I like the way he's batted, even though it's not been the most fluent innings by his standards. He's ensured he's carried the game deep. Someone, I keep saying it, has to put their hand up in this Hurricanes top order. Switch it again, but straight to the man and put down. How critical a moment could that be? He was dropped in the circle.
That was swept right to the man at short, fine leg. Looking here at the replay. Right to him at the catchable height, and it bursts through those fingers and runs away for 4 to boot. That is absolutely a body blow.
Dutta back into the attack. Swept this time. Work to be done on that deep mid-wicket boundary. So Matthew Trump, 8 from 12, uncharacteristic from him. Anantaraju, the opener, very tall man. Hyder will have to do well to clear him. Has to be about 6'4", 6'5". Saw the height difference opening the batting. But goes over him. He does clear him. Matthew Trump, he's not fazed by the height. And Natharaju can't cut it off. So boundary, second in the over. First time that's happened in this innings. Could this be sort of the over that the game changes in terms of momentum?
You will take this if you're Houston Hurricanes, but you'll also need a whole lot more of it. Even with that flurry of runs, 9 in the first 3 deliveries of this, the 16th over.
Samson!
This is in the gap. 2 is the call straight away.
So even with 11 from 4, you're still looking at 2 runs a ball for the rest of this innings. So still a lot of work to be done here if you're the Houston Hurricanes.
You can also run and cover. Devam.
Another 2 they want.
Trump bowling it!
Has to hurry, sent
Very
back.
good, shabash.
These 2 have to remain there. They have to take this game to the last over if they want to have any chance. Not going to be easy, with a lot relying on the shoulders of this pairing. Looking for the reverse sweep, and what it does, it takes away the run scoring option because it's a dot. So end of the over, but a good one for the Hurricanes. 12 comes from it, 97 for 5.
11. 13 required.
What a partnership this has been in this 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship presented by Sunoco. Real fantastic action. So many close games, so many nail-biting games as well. The hopes will lie for the Hurricanes with Matthew Trump and Suckling Hyder looking, of course, to win their second game of this minor league season.
Well, it's not beyond them, the Hurricanes. This pair will have to take the game at least into the 19th over, being as aggressive as they were in this last over, to be able to give the Hurricanes a chance.
Straight back over his head, very straight from Matthew Trump. Work to be done at the boundary, and he's coming back for 2 as well. Hyder loses his bat in the process, but he's sprinting his way for his team. This is why Adnish Tondale's overs were held back. So often you see your most important seamers bowling the 17th and 19th over.
Boy, kind of a cutter and almost a return catch taken by Tondale. Right back over his head, and good running by the 2 youngsters to be able to complete that double.
Even though he hasn't found the boundary, Matthew Trump, disappointed that he didn't get a wide. Even though he hasn't found the boundary, he's ran really hard between the wickets in this steaming heat. So putting it all on out there on the line for his team. Definitely within the tram line. Yep. Good decision by the umpire. Partnership hurries up to 25 between these 2. This is aerial into the big side. He knows he hasn't got it well and goes straight down the throat of the cover fielder. Excellent bowling by this youngster, Adnish Tondale, who's picked up his 3rd. My oh my, what a performance this has been by the Surf Riders. Every time they've been down and under the pump, they produced the wicket.
Adnish Tondale coming to the party. 2 for 10 now from 2 overs and 2 balls. Just too much pressure here on the youngster, elevating it in the offside, but not anywhere near far enough. Pretty straightforward catch in the end.
So a good cameo from Trump. Trump comes to an end. He's gone for 17. Score now 99 for 7. What a game we have unfolding here. Going down to the wire. In now Gaurav Bajaj, who batted at number 4 in the last 2 games. 33 from 35 against the Blasters in that win, the solitary win for the Hurricanes. So he can bat, Brian, but he's coming at a different time with a different role for his team.
Different role, and that role to some extent is different because of the shuffle in the lineup by Captain Usman Rafiq instead of an Ashley Nurse, or an Usman Rafiq himself coming in down the order with a handful of overs to go.
3 balls to come.
Gaurav Bajaj is being asked to do something completely different here. He's a competent batter. Don't know that he's asked very often to play the role of closer or finisher. Look at that.
Big shot from Suckling Hyder. Switch hit, finally gets one out the screws. Not only does he get it out the middle, it goes the distance as well. And Adnish Tondale, after just picking up a wicket, what an answer.
Well, that is a heck of a way to bring up the 100. Reversed, in fact, a switch hit and just whipping it away well over what should have been deep cover, but ends up being mid-wicket for 6.
Well, you mentioned the smaller side, the dimensions of the field. I think Suckling Hyder is showing batters, because of this ability he has to play square of the wicket and also play these switch hits. He's showing batters, and from the next game as well, we'll be watching how well he's managed the dimensions of the field. Again, another switch hit, but doesn't get it this time. One bounce to the fielder. He might as well be a right-hander, Brian. The amount of times, the amount of deliveries. it'll be so great to see the amount of deliveries in his innings. He actually plays right-handed.
Well, you know, if you watch any baseball, there are some batters who are designated as switch hitters, and they'll come up, and whether they bat lefty or righty depends on whether the bowler or the pitcher, rather, is left-handed or right-handed.
Ryan, it's good insight, but I keep telling you about this baseball thing, man. Cricket is coming. Cricket is coming. One delivery remaining in this 17th over. Tondale's got the wicket, but he's conceded 9 runs. How can he finish? Goes in the onside. It's vacant. Good by Gaurav Bajaj to get back for 2. Got to hurry, has to hurry, and gets there in the end comfortably. Good cricket from the Hurricanes in the last couple of overs. End of 17. 108 for 6.
What if I tell you the easiest way to maximize your tax savings, get bookkeeping done, and having a better financial position in the market is to call 1-800-250-8596. So what are you waiting for? Just pick up the phone and call us now.
So back at the Prairie View Cricket Complex. Don't worry, Greg Hay is not bowling, the captain. What a call that would be to bowl his first over. No captains back themselves, but at that stage, the 18th over, I don't think so. Instead, he's gone back to his much more seasoned campaigner with the ball in hand. Harish Kakani, 2 overs for just 9 runs. Probably will bowl the 18th and 20th. So you could have the remaining overs of this innings seam. You have 1 from Tondale and 2 from Kakani.
Well, the most important over of this match is going to be the 19th. And the way that things are set up right now, I would think that it will be Tondale who's asked to bowl that 19th over. With only now 40 runs needed in these last 3 overs, Houston, you're going to be looking to accelerate. You badly need a 20 or 22 run over to make this close. If you don't, then that pressure continues to build, and unfortunately, maybe a little bit too much for them.
A long way across, and even so, way outside that tram line, they're going to get a single as well. So 2 bonus runs. Good start to the over for the Hurricanes. Every run so important. This game is going down to the wire. Pressure on both of these teams.
Very wide. That was probably a foot outside of those tram lines. Even though the batter Hyder moved across just a little bit. And in those situations, the wide line is considered to have moved with the batter. It was just simply entirely too wide to not have that determined to be a wide ball.
Who's going to be on the cover of Dafa News? Which one of these teams will have the opportunity to go with a win? Judge does well to get bat on ball. He wants to. Very smart, very smart. You cannot afford to lose Suckling Hyder. Running to the danger end. Very smart not to take that risk. If he's gone now, Brian, I'll say probably the game is as well. Last glimmer of hope for this Houston Hurricanes team. Bajaj took off straight away. He wanted to see the bit of intent from him. Turned.
Oh, Bajaj took a couple of steps down the wicket, but immediately stop sign put up by Hyder. You're absolutely right. The chances of them winning depends on him still being there.
It was powerful this time, and it's in the gap as well. And it's going to be 4. Suckling Hyder's playing the knock of his life at the moment for the Houston Hurricanes. He struggled for the first 20 deliveries, but time at the crease. You keep mentioning how valuable it is.
Come on.
What, 35 from 27. Hyder now shifting through the gears, and you get the sense that he is now thinking, here's my opportunity. These bowlers who are bowling right now, I can maneuver them. I can make sure that I can find the gaps in the field. I can do what I need to do to give my team a big, at least take several steps toward winning this match. but it is completely on his shoulders at this stage.
Square, but there is protection in the deep every time he's batting Suckling Hyder, regardless of whichever end it's from. Because of that versatility in his game, the ability to go both right and left-handed, he's actually exploited the smaller field so well. A lot on the shoulders of this man, but he's been in this position before for the Hurricanes. Again, looking to play into the onside because the smaller region is good game management, good thinking from the wicketkeeper batter. Surf Riders, though, will sense they're 1 wicket away. They want 2. Going to be another single, though. So they've done well, Kokani. Just the 1 boundary conceded. Has to close out the over well. They will think, though, and Greg here will know, if he gets the wicket of Suckling Hyder here, Brian, it could be the game. They're 1 good ball away.
They're 1 good ball away completely from having a stranglehold on this match. Suckling Hyder has to be careful because he has to mix aggression with defense. He has to know that he is the biggest remaining wicket in this entire match, and he has to be there at the end.
This time Trickstem comes the other way. Hyder, and it's going to get into the boundary as well. May have come off the under edge, it does. This man just knows how to manufacture runs from real awkward positions. Moves into the 40s now. What an innings this has been.
Wow. You see on the replay, looking for the reverse sweep, and I think that might have just certainly got the under edge or maybe a bit of a glove. The keeper would have been a little bit out of position given the position that Hyder put himself into, and that made it difficult for him to stop that ball. Not a very big under edge, but he'll take those runs.
Another big swing, doesn't quite get it. Going to be runs. He just bounced after he struck the bat. So a disappointing over from Kokani comes to an end. The Hurricanes in touching distance. 27 needed off the last 26, correction, off the last 2. 1, 2, 2 for 6. The importance of this win. The Hurricanes, they're all on their feet. Everyone in that dugout, they're nervous. They're at the edge of the boundary. They want to all be in the action. Coach Amir as well. Almost on the field, the coach. Could go either way. This is such a crucial over, as you said, the 19th. And it's going to be the youngster. Big responsibility on his shoulders, but he's got 3 already for the day.
He has 3 for the day, but Tandale has everything to be wary about here because he knows what the situation is. He knows that the bowler, or the batter to whom he's bowling, has several shots on both sides of the wicket with either hand. So the options to score are going to be several. If you are Tandale, how do you approach this? For my money, I think there's nothing more difficult to score off of than a full straight ball. I'd at least start with that and then see what adjustments I need to make from here. But 26 runs to go in the last over, long way, the last 2 overs rather, long way to go.
Again, they switch it, but this time, I tell you, if you watch Suckling Hyder bat, you'll get dizzy. The amount of times he's switching, turning, jumping in his position. Really is such an unorthodox player with the bat in hand, but it's effective. He's showing it. He's really effective. Backs himself as well. Would have missed out on that occasion. Fine leg up in the circle is why he's going to that option. Bat on it, and it's 4. Again this time, and again another dot delivery.
Tries the reverse sweep again. You don't want to be critical of Suckling Hyder because of how well the reverse sweep has worked in the past. But you know that these are 2 very decent balls to be able to score off of. Each of them, if you just dab it down, you get a single or potentially a double. So you wonder if he's overdoing it with the reverse sweeps, but you don't want to be too critical of him.
Or playing with them. He's toying with the field. Miroff up in the circle. And it goes all the way for a maximum as well. This man is single-handedly carried his team to a winning position, but they're not there just yet. 20 needed. What a statement piece from Suckling Hyder.
Boy, look at the replay here. Staying conventional at this time and just hitting over the top, landing just right on the rope. I thought that's what happened looking at it live, and the replay confirms it. So solid blow over the covers for 6. Suckling Hyder is exactly where he wants to be at this stage. We said it a number of times. He is the sole cog in the wheel that will take Houston over the top here, and he's going to have to continue in that vein.
Game well poised, 20 of 9 deliveries. Very gettable, but it relies on one man. 3 away from a half century. Suckling Hyder. Off the top edge, would you believe it? It's going to be more runs. It's going to be 4 as well. Suckling Hyder, he's asking to see the score, but I can tell you, he's played a real, true, solid knock for his team, a leadership role in this batting lineup. 50, a half century, which he'll be very proud of.
Half century that he will take. Very muted celebration from his standpoint, because he knows that the job is not done. Still 16 runs to get, still 8 balls in which to get them. So a long way to go, but you will absolutely accept the 50 from 34 that Suckling Hyder has injected into the side.
Thinking, a lot of thinking going on by Greg Hay. 16 from 8, 2 runs the ball. Extremely gettable at this stage. Again, switch hit, and again another miss. He's fortunate, Hyder, that none of these have taken the edge. The Houston Hurricanes, well, they've picked up 1 win already. They're all on their feet at the moment. They can't bear to sit down. The captain, Usman Rafiq, the coaching staff, Ramiz Raja is too close for comfort at the moment. Members of the ownership group as well, standing in the hot sun. They want the win. A lot of responsibility on this young man. He's gone for 10 and 1 important delivery remaining. It's just going to be a single. It goes past the fielder at square leg. They're going to come up for 3, are they? Bajaj, this is good cricket. Excellent cricket to get Bajaj back on strike so that Suckling Hyder could retain the strike for the final over. Things falling apart at the wrong time for the Surf Riders. End of 19, 135 for 6. They need 13 from the final over.
Looking at the batting card, the card dominated by Suckling Hyder, 54 from 36. He's as of right now being supported at the other end by Gaurav Bajaj. The decision by Bajaj to push for the 3rd run just now means that they get the 3 runs, but more importantly, Hyder is back on strike to start the last over. And there you see.
And look at it, Suckling Hyder. It tells you not only about the heat, but also how tough it's been, you know, for his team. Very busy at the crease. Credit to Gaurav Bajaj as well, in a different role, coming in at number 8. Man that just batted at number 4 in the top order. He's really batted well with good intensity to get Hyder back on strike. It was very good awareness, Brian, to come back for 3, knowing that he's running to the danger end, sacrificing his wicket to ensure that Suckling Hyder, the danger man, got the first ball of this last over.
These are the little things that make a very big difference. What if they had settled for 2? Then you'd have needed 14, and then the man who was 53 from, or would have been 52 from 36 would have been at the opposite end. But as it is, he continues to have the opportunity to take his team over the top. mostly because of that decision made by Gaurav Bajaj.
Well, this is pressure for Haider, but he'll back himself. He's been there for a long time. He's connected with a lot. Now you look at this field. The square boundaries are covered because of how ready he is to always go to that switch hit, the cut, or the sweep. So he's got deep backward square, deep mid wicket, and a cow corner. You don't genuinely see that. Very wide long on at a cow corner position. Deep cover in as well. And he leaves it, Haider. It's going to be a wide. So pressure on Harish Kakani.
Well, you do not need that if you are Kakani or the San Diego Surf Riders. You want 6 good balls. You just gifted a bonus ball and a bonus run. Looking at the replay here, just short and well outside off stump and continuing to move away with the angle. So now need 12 from the last 6.
Big swing. They're going to come through for 1 and only settle for a single. Wow, a lot on the young man, Bajaj, with still 11 to win from 5. Virtually 2 from the first delivery with the wide. And remember, Brian, the last over ball by Kakani, it was the 18th over. He went for 14 runs, naturally because of Saklin Haider, who hit 2 boundaries in that over. Bold move, bold call to bring Bajaj on strike. He has confidence in the youngster.
Whatever happens, Saklin Haider needs to be backing up here because he has to be back on strike. You don't, nothing against Bajaj, but the one of the 2 more likely to get these remaining runs, or the majority of those runs, has to be Saklin Haider.
And I'll tell you the difference Haider's made to this run chase. The last 4 overs have gone for 59 runs. Remember, this is a team that was only 61 for 3 after 10 overs. So he's brought that added impetus, brought the intensity to the innings. But can he take his team over the line? He'll have to watch from the non-strikers end. He goes straight up. Bajaj is running. I think they'll settle for 1. Haider's coming back for 2. Very surprising.
No problem, no problem.
Very interesting call there. I actually like the aggression. The default position would have been to have settle for 1 and then have Haider face the remaining balls in the over. But they do go for that second run. You see on the replay, just skied, landing into no man's land. And this fantastic run in.
Looking to, oh wow, paddles it over the keeper's head, and it's just gonna, no, it doesn't get into the boundary. They were ball watching, caught ball watching. They didn't come through for the single. And it's just gonna be 1 run. Gaurav Bajaj thought it went for 4. But great work done on the boundary by Ananta Raju. He's a tall man, had to do a lot of work, a lot of running, but he's got big strides.
What a huge call here. Scoop shot, and they're absolutely just watching. They both are standing there. More than enough time to run around and get 2, but they did not take that option. How difficult would that be? But Bajaj is, check that, Haider is back on strike.
What does Saklin Haider have left in the tank? Can he find 1 more boundary option to get his team closer? 8 needed. Switch hit, swing and a miss, but it's gonna go through for the single because the keeper doesn't catch it, so run still flowing. 7 needed from 2 balls, Brian. You need a boundary. You have to find the boundary, and a lot on the young man. What a weekend of cricket we've had. We saw that Grizzlies Michigan Cricket Stars game go down to the final delivery. Another last over thriller.
San Diego has been in charge of this game for the past, I would say, 7 or 8 overs. But to think that there are 2 deliveries left, and if somehow Houston manages to score 7 runs in those 2 overs, 2 balls rather, they might win this.
Lofted. The field is in. There is that wide long off, and he saves it. For 2. And it's going to have to be 2. Wow, what a fielding effort on the boundary. Imagine if that had went for 4. All of a sudden, it's 5 needed from 1. Wow. Great work done at the long off boundary.
Absolutely sold out there, gave everything. Looking at the replay, lofted over extra cover. You're right, everyone was inside the circle, but look at this effort there. Tremendous.
And it was good option by Bajaj to go through extra cover, knowing that mid-off is up in the circle. Have to say 2 words, Brian. The fatal 2 words in T20 cricket. Super over. 5 needed from the final delivery. Could we be in for one more treat? There were 2 super overs in the minor league championships yesterday. One which saw the Seattle Thunderbolts win, a team that we'll see in action very soon. 1 delivery remaining. Harish Kakani, 5 to defend. Here we go. And it's going through to the keeper. The Surf Riders have won it. A statement game for them to pick up their first win. And Suckling Hyder, all the hard work, 56 from 38, but he's stranded at the non-striker's end. Credit to Kakani for holding his nerve in the last over. The last over just goes for 8 runs, and he's picked up a wicket as well. So the Surf Riders win by some 4 runs. What a game of cricket, and hurt, pain, and disappointment for the Hurricanes.
Tremendous effort by both teams, but I have to say I am happy for the San Diego Surf Riders. Not had a victories thus far in the tournament, but they held their nerve even when they bossed the game for most of the last several overs, but struggled toward the end with Suckling Hyder looking to pull the Hurricanes over the line, but they held their nerve at the end, took home the victory.
Yeah, he deserves immense credit, Suckling Hyder, but also Greg Hay and the way he's led his team to win. My oh my, you mentioned that 147 that they got to was an excellent total to get up to. You thought it would be competitive, but you still backed the home team to chase it down. In the end, though, just falling short. Been a truly exciting game of cricket to come down to the final delivery, a swing and a miss, and disappointment for Hurricanes team, the home team, remember, who now slipped to 1 win and 3 losses. Remember, after this weekend, they would have played 5 matches in this minor league, could easily make or break their tournament. Well, here's how it unfolded in terms of with the bat in hand for the Hurricanes. Top order struggles continue for the team from Houston, Texas. 15-7, 4-12, not good enough. But Suckling Hyder, the one man that put his hand up, and in the end tried and tried, but just too much left to do for him. And you look at sort of the way he batted and the boundaries, 6 boundaries, 2 maximums, a strike rate of 147. Matthew Trump, again, the all-rounder was brilliant at the in the lower order. But unfortunately, the batting just not firing for the Hurricanes. The bowling, the seamers deserve immense credit, especially that youngster Adnesh Tondale. 3 important wickets of Ramiz Raja. Usman Rafiq, 2 huge wickets in that 3. And Nikhil Datta, though, the standout in terms of his all-round performance. 2 for 34 to top it off. In the end, the Surf Riders winning by some 4 runs. It's been a truly all-round performance by them, setting a good competitive total, their highest of the tournament, and in the end, ensuring that they're able to restrict the Hurricanes to 143 in the 20 overs. Let's see how the innings unfolded. It's been a pretty eventful one, full of the ebbs and flows of T20 cricket. A slow start, extremely slow start. They were just 35 for 2 in the first 6 and 12 after the first 3 overs. Ramiz Raja really struggled. Asad Shafiq, the batting issues continue for him. 3rd cotton ball dismissal in this tournament. He struggled. Ramiz Raja was fortunate to get that gift. 5 wides down the leg side. Then a beautiful cut shot. You just thought, now would he come into his own? But Tondale, the youngster, responded well with a wicket in the very same over. And that was a big passage of play, a big change in momentum. Right when a partnership was beginning to form. Ashley Nurse came in at number 3. The experiment didn't work. Fell to a full toss. And he'd be really disappointed with that. Held out at long on to the big straight boundary. Nikhil Datta straight away into the attack, making the difference. Then came the man, Suckling Hyder. Battled his way past 50. It was tricky at the start. Really struggled to find his rhythm. But once he got there, stayed there, used those square boundaries so well, used the smaller dimensions of the field. Such a good batter to watch, a joy to watch in T20 cricket. Ninad Nimbalkar, after a 20-odd run partnership, played one onto his stumps. That was the second wicket for Datta. And then Usman Rafiq playing a length delivery out to long on. Wickets still fell. Haider continued though, wasn't fazed by what was happening around him. Almost every one of his boundaries was squared. This was the partnership though that you thought could carry the Hurricanes over the line. Matthew Tromp got a couple out the middle of the bat, but then went straight up and a good catch taken at deep cover. No mistake in the end. And the Surf Riders again, Adnish Tondale continued to be impressive with his seam up deliveries. That was struck massively out the ground by Haider, who continued. And again, beating that infield and finding the gap through cow corner. Look at the switch hit. Fortunate on that occasion to get an under edge past the keeper. And here was where you thought the Surf Riders were just about throwing away this game. Haider, stylish statement 6 over cover. Gaurav Bajaj, this could be potentially the match deciding moment. Excellent piece of fielding. If that went for 4, it would have been a different game in the final over. Very lucky for the Surf Riders that it didn't, and in the end they held their nerve to win this game by 4 runs. So with me is the player of the match of this tight battle, and it has to be one man, Nikhil Datta, again with the bat in hand, and of course 2 wickets to follow as well. Nikhil, first of all, 2 Nikhils in the commentary box. You know, they can't keep us out the action. Congrats on a player of the match. A tight game for you. How good does it feel to be in this seat winning?
Thank you so much, Nikhil. Thank you for having me here. Very good game. Definitely started. It was a bit of a tough start for San Diego, so we definitely needed a win, and it was good to get a close win like this against a very good side. Came in confident as a team. We trust each other, and good to get the ball rolling, and hopefully our tournament kicks off from here.
You've had a big role with the bat in hand. You're the leading run scorer in this Surf Riders team. What has been your role given prior to the tournament? First wickets for you today, but with the bat especially, you've played a huge role in the middle, attacking the spin.
Yes, correct. As a team, we have a motto to come out positive whenever we're coming out to really show our dominance towards the bowlers. Definitely good to get some wickets. Definitely did owe some good performance with the ball to Surf Riders, so glad to get some wickets and hopefully continue this form with the bat and ball.
You came into bowl with Ashley Nurse at the crease. He came in at number 3. You wouldn't have expected that. What was the plan to him? Obviously, you got his wicket. And how much have you enjoyed sort of bowling early on in the innings?
Yes, it was a good tactic by them. Luckily, we did get the wicket. Not one of the greatest deliveries, but I'll take it the way my week has been going. So, but yeah, definitely a good tactic. Our tactics as a whole team was just to be aggressive, be in their face. We knew we were underdogs coming into the side, so it was good to get a win over a big team like Houston.
Tell me what this win is going to do for the confidence of this Surf Riders team now with you guys picking up your first win out of the first 3 games.
Yes, it's going to do great wonders. Definitely wanted to get some wins under our belt before coming to the home stages where we play in San Diego, where we know the wicket quite well. So good to get some wins here, and hopefully we can get one more tomorrow and really have a good tournament in Houston 2-1.
Well, you heard it from the man himself. Congratulations to you again, Nikhil, on your player of the match performance. I look forward to seeing great things from you, Nikhil, of course, in the rest of this tournament.
Thank you so much, Nikhil.
2 Nikhils in the box. You can't keep us away. 31 and 2 wickets for Nikhil Datta. Excellent player of the match performance from him to hold their nerve and get the win for the Surf Riders, winning by 4. What a game of cricket that was. I'm exhausted, but don't go too far, because in very short break, we will have a crucial game coming up between, of course, the Seattle Thunderbolts and the St. Louis Americans, the battle in the Pacific Conference. Don't go anywhere.
You're watching the Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship, presented by Sunoco.
All right. 2:30 is the toss. 2:30 is the toss. So what time to come back on heads? Remember, it's Suhas as well, so he